of Rem. Ming got deleted from the map, and that was like so far a 2 or 1-for-1 trade so far.
Wow, I mean, somehow Todak had that answer, that response towards the first blood, but things can get physical. Xiao Yu having that confidence, he bursted down Ming. Almost, we have seen an encounter between CCS and Demon Lover, Clash Lane versus Clash Lane and mid lane, but that's not enough. That's not enough to at least commit a kill. But here comes Sinjay, forcing an ult to go out.
Definitely, infinite vastness has been forced out on that long, but still a win for them. No more ultimate on the long right now. But then again, we're still pretty balanced on the gold. This is just less than. Not even 1k gold lead at the moment. Actually, now exactly at 1k gold, which is still something that they can catch up. But for the meantime, more kills coming from the side of XDG. Xiaoyu really playing it well, playing the push super well. But we can see here an engage coming from the all run right now, trying to go for more kills. And as we can see, members of the side of XDG trying to back away, all to their best effort. In the meantime, though, Gaddenmo will just go for more kills and damage to push away, to shove away the members of XDG.
Well, you have to respect the chain of cinders coming in from Xiaoyu. The Angela just had to deal that insane amount of burst damage, enough to eliminate one member from Kodak. But Kodak actually has that response. You want to take more from your team. Aside from getting bodies, they took down towers, and now they cannot stop in terms of like the fight.
They don't want to stop. As we can see in here, more space being created by the Ogran in here, just going onto the back line, trying to survive for his life, and he does. But for the meantime, Byron in here, quite separated for team. He will fall down as well. And here we go, more kills and objectives going to the side of Todak. So we say they are actually onto the late game, but they are wanting to get the farm that they need to get that damage. And weapon that they have, but look at that CCS, real nice to the Manta, flash in and ultimate. What a setup, what a gank. I don't know if Zinger Monkey actually did expect that, but look at his damage coming from the Yang once more. The Yang will be able to suppress the Lady Soon. Lady Soon will fall down, and that is the time, that is the moment that TDK says, okay, we've lost our damage dealer as well as Ram, our Ming. We have to back away and go for a reset.
That was surprising coming in from CCS. Even Singer Monkey didn't expect that. He comes in from behind, he packs a punch, and now I believe that XDG wants to get back to CCS from what happened to Singer Monkey. So, Singer Monkey, okay, he got caught, but somehow response coming from XDG, but there's an infinite blast that's going on here, but are they gonna engage?
He is actually gonna go for that, but then again, just to scare away our Dharma in here and get position onto taking down the Overlord, and so they did. Will this actually allow them to help get the map control back? Because as we can see right now, Todak actually have a good map control into the mid, into the bot. In here, CCS just trying to scare away the members, even though he's all alone. But for the meantime, another tower take on the side of TDK, just giving them more gold. 4k gold lead now in favor for TDK.
Wow, Todak here utilizing every space that they have right now. Yes, you can burst.
Look at this damage, and it was still fall down with an ultimate shell. Really good use of that ultimate shell coming from the Lady Soon, and more towers. Again, this is the momentum. This is the moment in time wherein we do know that this could be them. But here we can see our Albert actually going for the Conductor of Souls, just creating the space needed for the Lady Soon to deal more damage. And I think anytime soon the bot or even the mid could actually go there. For the meantime, though, XDG will be able to clear that out, and of course the Liang will be able to go for that barrier as well, just to block the members of TDK away.
Oh my, I mean XDG, they are trying to fight for their life here. I mean Xiaoyu, he did a spectacular job dealing huge amount of damage. I mean for the items, he's focusing on burst. He went in for the Savant, and then he goes in for the Scepter of Preservation, and now it's gonna matter because they need this defensively. Kodak is just marching way too hard, winning the fight, tearing down towers, but what's next? He even got the Epic Monsters. Tyrants is now out of the play. They got the buff.
Definitely chain lightning buff, which of course will give more magical damage out of their pocket. But for the meantime, they are actually already trying to go for a pressure into the bot as well as into the mid. In here, just allowing the members of XDG to, okay, just go for a defensive play. But the question would be, what is gonna happen? Look at that, Angela will actually bring down the life of our Dharma. But then again, we can see Shaola is still all alive in here, trying to deal damage. Double kill for him, even killing the Long. Now it's just Angela as well as the Menki on the side of XDG, and we still have a good number of waves in here. Angela trying to sustain while they looked after himself. Aura trying to go for the back lane. Menki is now all alone. What can he do? He's trying to go for a defensive play, but the members of TDK still would want to respect that because they lost the latest one already, and they have to calm down now a little bit, but they got some objectives.
They took, or Todak took, almost 10 minutes to take care of the Angela problem. But they're not done yet, Isaiah. They wanted to start more fights.
Definitely more fights in here with Aura just going for that tank. And killing of the Menki as well. Infinite Vastness has been used again as a defense for himself. This is not the Long that we want to see. How is making use of the Infinite Vastness Vince G. But so far, they have no option. They have to use their ultimates just to save themselves. And gotta know though, pretty annoying set of posting here. Well, then again, oh no! Angela has fallen down. More towers has been taken, and this could be it. We'll see. They do have the minion waves in here, but there are members of next team trying to go for a defensive play though. Because the Mega tried to go for a kill, the Leon will fall down as well, and more members, and it is a wipe out. Will they force this one out? They don't have any minions, but they would want to go for the end. TDK will win game 1.
Todak, now on a match point after that flawless victory, might as well have and eliminate the XDG problem, which is the Angela. As I've said, it took almost 10 minutes to get rid of Xiao Yu, but they managed to keep it coming. After that first elimination coming in from the Angela, they decided to go for more. First damage no more. Todak has the clearance to end the game, get the win, and now they need to win one more series or one more game, Kaisaya, in order for them to advance towards the next round.
That's true. I mean, it was a pretty nice and smooth early game for the side of XDG in there. Like, Angela was killing it off. Like, she's got like 2-3 kills in the early game time. But what we didn't see is the online on the side of Long and Liang on the farm lane. Long most of the time will just make use of his infinite vastness to just back away and save himself. And that's the opposite of what the Lady Sun and Ming has done. As because like they were just like in there getting more kills for the Lady Sun, and they empowered themselves to get more gold to get into the late game that they need. And I think that's the reason why, apart from of course executing really good truth mantra coming from the Dharma, they know their power spike, they know who to give their golds into, and even Ogran just like going for the dive for the front line in order to give that space for Lady Sun. I think that is a really good showing of play, how they know their composition so well.
Actually, with the Ming being available for the side of Todak, this gives them more and more confident. But is he the MVP though? Yes, he is. I mean, Rem being the support that they need. Of course, he doesn't have a kill, obviously, but 16 assists is quite insane for Rem popping off for this game. Well, this is the exact support that you need once you wanted to go in way too deep towards the enemy base. So comparing this to Liang that XDG has, so Ming can protect your allies, but in contrary towards the Liang on XDG, all that he can do is crowd control. That's all.
Yeah, that's so true. Rem, definitely. I mean, I love seeing supports getting the MVP that they need, most especially if they are actually, have protected their carry so well. And this time we saw how Rem was actually able to support Shaole in the early game time in such a way that he will get the farm that they need. But then again, I think CZS as well as Wawa did actually do they did a really great job in supporting each other. Like for Wawa, okay, I'm always gonna dive, okay? I'm just gonna go for my path of passing and then conductor of souls and I'm just gonna frontline and try to survive as much as I can while you, Shaole, as well as Rem, and stay there at the back. Just do
Stay.
your job, poke them, and just deal some damage while me, Wawa, and CCS do the frontlining.
Wow, what an intense way to start this our first series. I mean, Kodak now on a snowball, but can they snowball their way through? Look at the stats, pretty quite insane. This is why he's the MVP. Rem here, 88% team fight present. He's always there. He doesn't miss. He missed one clash and that's all, but for Rem to provide everything that he needs, then he made sure that Ogron can shine. He got 10.1k gold. Well, for Lady Soon also can shine with amount of damage, 6.5k. So that's what you want. That's what you want for the entire team.
Definitely, of course, the carefree time, the buff that this Ming can give mostly to Shaole or Stay was definitely helpful to actually shred the HP bars of this Mankey. We saw how the Singer Monkey did have a hard time in just frontlining. Sometimes he would actually try to go dive with a Dream Roar, but he gets stopped. He gets stopped and he gets shredded because of the buff that this Ming provides. And of course, with the debuff that this Ming does up against whoever will frontline coming from the side of XCG. Now, this is surprising, because again, a while ago we said XCG was the former champion from season 1. And now we are seeing them, getting defeated by new teams, new players. And I think that's the good part in the storyline, in the storytelling that we have in here in Clash and Air Cup, like how teams progress. What is the story? Okay, this is chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. This is now chapter 3, where we're seeing a lot of things that is new.
They may. I mean, XDG may wrote the first chapter of the book that we are seeing right now, but of course, it's up to these teams, these hopeful participants, to create their own chapters, contribute to the pages that we have here on the Clash on Air Cup Season 3. And things are getting bigger. This is what we want. The community is getting much louder as we head over to the second game. Let's not make this longer. I mean, each of these teams, Isaiah, they cannot wait to get back into the field and then face each other again with their wits and heroes that they can use.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, for the meantime, let's see if will this be XDG's time to try to make a comeback. But you know what? I think these teams are even so motivated because again, if you become the champion, you get a chance to get the you get to travel. You can go to Singapore with your travel and accommodation paid. Plus, of course, the prize pool in the CGF special series is also quite huge. It's 2,000 Singaporean dollars. That's about like 87,000 Philippine peso, and then
That's
you
big.
can just try to win that, and you get to see Singapore, and again, accommodation and travel expenses paid.
Are we gonna be there in Singapore?
Too bad I'm not available that day, but
Oh
it's
no!
remote casting. But
No.
maybe in the future, I mean, we're progressing, right? We
Yeah.
saw how we are from season 1 now to season 3 is progressing. So there is there's a lot of things for us in the future, not only for the teams, for the players, for everyone here in our community. So make sure later I will show you the QR code again, so make sure you join our community in Discord. But yeah, let's talk about the draft that we're seeing right now. We're pretty we have the Dolia, Elaine, Shangguan pinned already, and oh my god, Shangguan and Dolia. This is like one of the combos that you usually don't want to see.
Well, this is the reason why Dolia, despite of the nerf, is still getting removed on the game. I mean,
Yeah.
Celestial Melody may be coming in handy, especially if you're a Shangwan or an Elaine. So you want your ult to get refreshed. You want another ultimate to use during team fights. For the finishing stroke, that's a plus for Shangwan. Plus, for the ultimate of Elaine, that's another huge advantage. So Dolia can choose either a lane or probably Shangwan, but let's see how they're gonna be utilizing those an extra spells that they can use during the fight. But speaking of AoEs, Lady Jen is there, Marco Polo is also there.
And the Yadia, the newest hero that we have in the server too, is already there. I love how they chose their farm laner here on the side of Toaduk though, because usually if you have the Yadia in your as your roam, you would want a farm laner that is mobile. You know, who can catch up on the movement speed or like the mobility and the here and there of this Yadia. So I think Marco Polo is a good fit to actually catch up on that mobility of this Yadia. And at the same time, we do have the Lady Jen, banned a while ago in game one, but they are able to get it. Who will of course provide the CC and potential setups for the team fights. But I guess I do need to add up like some sort of frontline here for the side of Toda before they close everything else. I think that's the reason why we're seeing a Dunban as well as a Mayin ban as well.
Yeah, probably some frontliners being removed here. Mayin, Musashi, Lady Sun actually, or Todak. They don't want SDG to have that farm laner. There's no Long, by the way. There's no Lady Sun, so you have to choose another hero that to be removed. I mean, for Todak, they're settled with the Mark of Polo already. So it's all about removing those flash laners, those jungles. Oh wow! Another cavalry up for works. They're gonna be crashing through the battlefield with this hero right here. Mishang Yu is gonna be in play.
Yeah, that's true. Guan Yu is here. We do have a lot of options too to catch up on that one. I want to say Liu Bang, to be honest. Like
Liu
in
Bang.
the Clash Lane, the Clash Lane too. Like, okay, if you have someone who has the cavalry who can actually catch up in team fights, even if they pick up like Sun Tzu for the set sail. But you have a lot of options in here. If you want to go for like a more aggressive team play, you can have that as well with Yobang. But for XDG, they want to settle on showing us on how they will use the Direnji as well as the Hanshin on this one. Not a pretty tanky lineup, I must say, but they do have some sorts of like massive damage in the form of Shangwan if of course she gets the itemization that and the farm that she needs, and at the same time for the Direnji to actually go online and someone who wouldn't require as much support because of course he can have some source of survivability and avoid any crowd control that the Lady Jen might put out.
Okay, so for Todak revealing the Guan Yu, another a hero that's very very mobile for Clash Lane. Menki, another durable hero for the jungle, so they're gonna be stealing that one for XP. It's our turn to use Ming. So Guan Yu, one hero that is very very mobile. That's a good answer. I mean, XDG has that good answer. Hansen, we do not see this quite often, but
Yeah.
how annoying Hansen is. He kind of like leaps out of nowhere. He's gonna jump in. He's gonna spear you up and down. Like, Hansen is that guy that's very very much annoying. You need to shut this down. I mean, having fight or die and rival spear just lock you out of place. So XDG in hopes of them winning this series, they're gonna bring it all.
That's true. Bring it on as we head on to our Game 2 XDG versus Todak. Both Malaysian teams in here. We already have 1 point lead on the side of Todak. And as we can see, there's not much care needed by the Direnji onto the bot lane. But we can just like see some tackle. But I think I want to talk about like the late game in here and the early game. We see much more of an early game potential coming from the side of Todak in here. But late game wise for the side of XDG, but for the meantime we can see, oh Red, what are you doing, my friend? I don't know, like, is he like giving away his life during that fight?
Yeah, well, unfortunate for Red. I mean, we're gonna be talking about Xiao Xiuan or Dia Dia. It packs a kick, but you know how he got caught way too early. That's not gonna be a good thing for XDG. They need to bounce back after that pick off.
Definitely, that is not a good one. Although, of course, she's a support. Still not a good idea to actually see the ways early kills. For the meantime, we see a dive in here coming from our friend Monkey, Zinger Monkey, who was actually making use of the Mankey. Now it gets me confused a little bit because now he's now in an handshake. But yeah, nice dive in there, nice attempt. But we can see a pressure come from the side of Kodak Esports in here onto the top side. And we can see some plates actually getting took down already from the outer tower.
Well, we're gonna be seeing a lot of actions here and then. I mean, for the idea, trying to at least go and provide support for Xiao Li on this matter. So they're not gonna let Marco Polo being harassed way too much by Singji. So top lane quite active, so we can see Hansen try to leap through the air, try to clear the jungle, but this is not good for Demon Lover. But still, actually, if you can remember, Demon Lover, this was one of his favorite heroes. Yeah,
Yes, definitely. And you can see, even though he was close to death on that one, he does know on when to time his skills. But for the meantime, you can see in here, Dolia Shangwan just waiting in the bushes, waiting for Shaole as well as Rem to actually, just maybe overextend. But they weren't doing that now. They're pretty safe in here. But for the meantime, some lots of jumps here and there. Oh, we can see the ultimate already coming from the Shangwan. Finishing stroke has already been used, but of course can still be reset. But let's see if he will still be able to survive. Apparently not. And they will punish both of them. Show you as well as the Dolia. And there's actually a lot more chase coming from the side of TDK. Hanshin all alone right now. Cavalry is here, but he is just going to be scaring off the Hanshin away as they try to take away that red buff. And apparently Hanshin, you're going to be starved away from that crimson golem for yourself, as there were just a lot of members on that one.
That's a really, really aggressive engage coming in from Kodak. They managed to invade the XDG's territory. They go in for the jungle, they steal the crimson buff, but right now top lane, I mean, look at Demon Lover. He loves to punish GCS, and GCS just went in way too hard on Demon Lover, but there's not engagements gonna happen there. And I mean, we're told that they managed to set up a really, really good start, but patience for XDG, it seems.
Definitely is patience for them, and they are very late gaming here. Most probably they can rely later on as to win the Variante as well as the late is already online. But for the meantime, we see an objective taking here being done by TDK right now. So the last team, Mankey will do it, and will they go for the engage? Nope, they're going to be backing away. They're not going to be overstaying, or they will respect the Fox objective that they had in that one. So I think with that said, I love the discipline that TDK did on that fight.
Did
what is that? Look at that. It's like an in your face gag coming from, normally he wouldn't gag as a lady jab, but for the meantime he's actually going to be showing down. For the meantime, we can see finishing stroke coming from shot one in here, and on the side we can see Guan Yu actually going for a kill, but more members on the side of TDK actually going so low. A lady Lover just going for the triple kill, super low, give him the quadra, but no, they're not gonna go for that one, as the timer has already is already done, and no quadra for our Demon Lover in there on that lane. But that was, I think, a lovely advantage, or lovely amount of gold that they took away from the members of TDK, but they're not even done, as the members of TDK are actually going for a chase. Demon Lover is just being super lovely, and they actually go for a showcase. Nice buy time though, coming from a lane, Demon Lover.
That's a payback. I mean, for XDG, they went in hard. So that The only reason that Lady Jen overextended towards the Renji Shinji is that they wanted to create so much space for them to push, but they didn't expect STG!
Uh-oh, we can see in here, Shangguan, will you be able to say finishing stroke has been used just to be a little bit untargetable? Now a backup coming in here, coming from the Hanshin, gonna go for the damage, actually some sustain as well under tower. Thank God, actually the Overlord Vanguard is actually there to give some space and pressure as well to shoo away the members of TDK. The rest of the members are actually trying to go for a chase. Dolia is already in here going for the Wave Breaker as well to kill some members. Gonna go for that kill up against the Yadia, and the Shaman will do it, but Cavalry is still here. Guan Yu will try to go for a kill. No, they're gonna be backing away and still respect the power spike that XDG has now at this point.
For the mid lane, looks like they're not chilling here.
They don't want to chill, as Mankey would want to go for a kill onto that Theoretic, but I think this time now, okay, we need a breather. We do need a breather because it has been going back and forth and it's quite getting messy. But both of them are actually in a good power spike right now.
I mean, for the activeness towards the E5, Kodak had that pop that punch. XDG, we're seeing some glimmer of hope going to fight. I mean, Rem here tries to at least kick him out with a melodic swing, but you know, it's enough to buy time for Marco Polo. Shaolei tries to go for a push.
We definitely can see that. Before the meantime, we talk about the clash here in the reverse side. More skills has been popped. Ultimate has been popped. Razor Cavalry has been using here, trying to chase away the members of XDG. They will not take down any tower or kill of a member, but then again, they were able to shove the members away. And I think still a pretty still game, I would say, even though we're seeing a lot of action here and there, a lot of kills, a lot of you know, here and there in the maps, tower takes as well. It's still like, okay, this is just like 2K goal. We still need, a lot of things can still happen.
A lot of things can still happen indeed. I mean, this is just 8 minutes. The first 8 minutes packs a punch. I mean, you can see that each and everyone wants to get those eliminations. The skills don't matter. Now it's back to farming. We need more items. We need more gold in order for us to overtake the other team. Todak and XDG trying to bring it all out, but now the Tyrant is almost awake. Our Tyrant is almost up. Might as well pick this up for both of these teams.
Definitely, that's going to be an extra magic damage for you guys. Whether it's going to be TDK or XAG will get that. If TDK has that, of course, Destructive Deluge will be even more destructive. They're actually going for them now, and they will take it. So I think this is going to be the best opportunity for TDK to actually go for a team fight. And however, Team Lover actually destroyed the tower up top, and the fight is ongoing onto the middle lane right now. The ultimate finishing stroke has been used already by the Shangguan, killing off the Yadia. The Renji, however, will fall down to no more damage. Here comes the side of XPG. They're going to be right onto Singer Monkey side, as well as Demon Lover, but they are falling off one by one. Xiaoyu is super low into his HP bar as well, and Zinger Monkey is all alone. What just happened? I think what happened was the buff as well coming from the Tyrant.
Wow, I mean, the buff coming from the Chain Lightning. This is just the first 9 minutes. They got the objective, they got the Epic Monster, and now they also won that fight. XDG, how can they turn this around? Look at Zinger Monkey trying to defend the mid lane because Hua Hua, as the main key, is just way too annoying. He's going up front.
Yeah, I mean, he's more tanky now, like with the increase in his HP base stats, like and the physical defense, not to mention. So the damage coming from the lane, from Hanshin, and even the D-Regi, it's definitely going to be lesser. There's no main dealing with this Menki right now. But for the meantime, let's see the fight ongoing again in a minute. Ooh, look at that. Finishing stroke has been popped again. Not available, but of course they do have Julia anyway, so not much of a worry. But for the meantime, another objective day. This time they're going to be sharing objective 1-for-1. But for the meantime, someone will fall down as Adolia gives away his life onto the members of Team TD. TDK. But ooh, is this time?
What's this?
Well, we're actually still a kill, but no, still. But then again, they will die. Okay, take away the Overlord, but we're gonna kill you anyway. So there's just like 2 members remaining on the side of XDG, and we do have the buff again, Chain Lightning buff on the side of TDK, which is gonna deal more damage, magic damage against the members of XDG. And you give that to a Lady Jen, that's gonna be even looking scarier. And now, deep inside XDG, that's what they
destroyed a tower.
That's a really nice decision coming in from Hansin. I mean, for Singer Monkey, they're busy. I mean, they're busy picking off towards the other lane, but they caught wind of what he's doing. They contested, but still, he managed to control the Shadow Overlord. And now, with the Shadow Overlord towards their side, they can still extend this game. They can still make some plays out of this. This is still a breather for XTG. Kodak needs to regroup. Kodak needs to make sure that they can eliminate the entire members of the XTG and go for that win. But who is going to win towards the next fight? This is getting so interesting, Isaiah. We are just talking about the first 12 minutes.
That's true. I mean, they put down the Overlord Vanguard down bottom part of the map since they have not taken the tower out there yet. But as you can see, the members of TDK are actually waiting for the moment to just like, okay, we're just gonna kill off this Overlord Vanguard anyway. It's gonna be pointless for you if you choose to. So that's kind of sad for XDG because it could have been the glimmer of hope for their side, but you know, it was nothing. But let's see. Magic can still happen. Let's see how this one will go. I'm just excited on what XDG could potentially bring to us in a few seconds from now.
Now a few seconds left, and now we can see Huawa being so active. He's trying to punish Singer Monkey, but
look at the
defense are
bot,
coming
though.
XDG.
Oh no, look at the bot! Guanyu's actually like under the tower already, giving off his life. We didn't see it off camera. If you're taking a look at the minimap, he was just like super overextended. For the meantime, in here we can see the members of XDG trying to go for their lives, trying to kill off members of TDK. But then again, they're having a hard time. There's just, I mean, this Wawa, this Menki is just way too tanky to be dealt by them. Look at this, where he was close to death, and again, it took them a lot of effort to actually take down his life. And I think they had a hard time, you know, making their position in the map too because of Sting, because of the Lady Jen just going for the CCs against them.
Now, this is the matter of how can XGG utilize this. Wawa trying to clear the jungle on their side. I mean, for Singer Monkey, he's just trying to at least make sure that he can still get some jungle camps on their side, but to no avail. So this is going to be a next big objective fight. I mean, for the Tyrant and the Overlord, both of which can spawn together alongside at the 14th minute. Ram popping up the ranges, but he doesn't see anyone. So we're told that they're gonna go for the Shadow Overlord. Shadow Tyrant, rather.
Yes, it's also noticeable that the Doda always love to position themselves in the Tyrant. They always love the chain lightning. But for the meantime, super low in HP is this Hanshin already just backing away. Look at how tanky this bubbly and, you know, fluffy Menki in this game for the side of Kodak. It's just like, oh, so hard to defeat. And there we go. They've got the chain lightning buff in here from the Tyrant. Again, if we talk about team fight, they will definitely deal more AoE damage with some boosted magic damage as well.
Now, this is going to matter. The final push that Kodak wants to do. But how can XDG start to defend their base? Let's see what's going to happen here, Kaisaya. I am so thrilled to see who's going to start first.
This tower will fall down into the bottom lane. Super Minions is going to come in anytime soon. So what's in the middle lane, giving more space for the side of TDK. An opportunity. You can see the animation coming from the chain lightning buff. You know, like it literally like just like zaps on your face. But if they even go for this Overlord, this is going to be even looking scarier for the side of XPG because they do have the map control and now they will even get the Overlord Vanguard. That's going to be something harder to deal with now coming to the side of XTG.
Well, for Todak, they finally got control over the Shadow. This means that they can end this game whenever they want to. 15 minutes now on the clock. So this, compared to the other game, I mean, XPG is trying to defend with all their life, and now it's all about the base.
Oh,
Here comes the...
look at this! A dive coming from the warrior right now, but the members of Team XAD trying to go for the back line. We can see the Shangguan actually go for the dive onto the back. Demon Lover still going for it though, but as we can see in here, onto the base on the side of XDG. TDK members are still trying to sustain it, but then again, it's just Ram left alone. Trying getting Jason through! Triple kill, oh, wipe out! What a play coming from XDG! This is a turn of tides, turn of tables around. It's now XDG's turn. Now, the earliest countdown for Death Timer in CCS, 10 seconds. I think he may be able to push even up to this high ground tower just to open up the base and he can back away. But maybe he will try to just be safe. Okay, at least we now have the... We do know that we can fight, right? It's now late game. Earlier, like as we finished the draft, we talked about, okay, XDG is really onto the late game. We have to wait late game. And now this is the late game. We're talking about late game now where there's the item needed by the D-Renji as well as the Demon Lover. I mean a Lane as well as a Shangguan.
That is a really good defense being shown here by XDG. This is why they were the Season 1 champions. The determination, the resilience that they showed towards this match. They don't want Kodak to have it easy. They don't want them to go on 2-0. They wanted to extend this game, make this a decider match. XDG still hanging on for dear life, and we can still see how D-Renji, how Shinji decided to be patient at all times. XDG being patient as well, but look at this.
Look at this one. Waves coming out, but I guess the Yadia is just way too deep. The Yadia, though, of course. Oh, but hold the thought. We can take a look at the fight ongoing onto the mid. Two fights actually happening right now. Super low on HP. He will fall down on the hands of this Shangguan. Shangguan now showing her prowess onto the late game, even supported by the resets coming from the Dolia. And could this be it? That is the question. They do have the minion wave. And we can see Demon Lover already trying to catch up. They don't care about the top anymore. They just want to finish it in the middle lane. There's just like 3 members on the side of TDK remaining, but I think they have to calm down a little bit. The bot lane is open. They could even potentially take the Tyrant in here just to finally this time. The buff is ours.
The buff is ours. XPG becoming more and more confident. They don't care about the other lanes. We might as well go straight mid. Look at the resources. The Azure Golem being taken out here by the side of XDG. Even Dolia benefited from that. So you see how XDG decided to be patient because they knew that they can push the high ground tower on mid. So D-Renji went in to clear the camp. But right now, Singer Monkey is clearing all the jungle camps. Know that on their last hurrah.
But will this be the last hurrah for the clash before we decide who's the winner? We can see a lot of HP bars going so on the side of TDK right now. Shangguan with a finishing stroke, even reset by Nadolia, but they are still surviving. They just have to watch out for their lives. Members of TDK also low. Only remaining right now is the Marco Polo. Look at the Marco Polo too. He has a lot of HP right now, but I don't think he can deal with like 3 members or 4 at the side of XDG. He could potentially just clear off the waves, but it's gonna be tough. He could like get a dove in just like that by the Hatch and Sugar Monkey. Gonna go for the ultimate. Fevered Barrage will be fevering him to death. And there you go. That is the comeback play coming from XDG.
This is just the first series, but we are now seeing the first game that we can see tonight. XDG show that they are the Season 1 champions and they have no reason to lose up against Kodak. And now, Kaisaya, we are gonna get back towards best of 1 to settle who is going to advance towards the next round. I love this series. I love this.
I definitely love it too. It's like, okay, we're back to best of 1, and I think this is XDG bringing their fire out. We were the Season 1 champions. We got taken down by SDG. Like, okay, that's pretty similar. XDG, SDG. But XDG, they want to come back and maybe go to Singapore to represent COC in the CGF Special Series in Singapore. So, but then again, that was a very nice late game. The resilience, I mean, they were very patient at the same time too in waiting for the power spike that they have in the late game, and it really paid off so well.
This is this just shows that if you cannot finish early, that means you're up for a treat for the late game. And for Demon Lover, I mean, he's very consistent with the lane, and that's why he's the MVP. Look at that, look at the amount of gold that he has: 1.4k, 3.8k damage, and he only got 5 kills. But the thing is, Elaine or Demon Lover did the most setups together with Death at Sunset. That was a really good initiation coming in from Demon Lover.
I mean, from season 1 and season 2, he's got a lot of, highlight plays in his lane. We would always often mention his name, but let's take a look at the scoreboard that we have. Oh my goodness, I mean, I love the numbers. Everyone's like around 10 at least here, but definitely I think the good played coming from Demon Lover. We did see like early game time, right? He is actually getting ganked by Hua Hua as well as CCS, and sometimes there's the visit coming from, I think it was Rem too. But then again, he knows this lane so well that he doesn't want to give any kills, he doesn't want to die early game stage. But at the same time, when the power spike came in onto the late game, he does know, together with Xiaoyu, when to dive in, when to make use of the Death at Sunset to kill of the opponent members into the backline, and I think that paid off so well.
That is a really good match to see. I mean, even though the Todak already had it in the bag, I mean, it's all about taking the high ground tower. The base was already exposed. The only high ground tower that's left towards that defense was the top high ground tower. But I'm keeping my eye on the minions. Even though that XDG is trying to go for an all-out push, there's still a possibility that the minions actually winning factor for Todak. But no. Okay, XDG, they decided to go on all-out, punish Xiaolei with the Marco Polo. He even used the frigid charge, but he cannot caught each and every members of the team that is gonna try to barge out. XDG did the unthinkable. We force on game number 3, and this time around, we need to settle this once and for all. Who is gonna win this next game?
That's true. I mean, it seems like Menki, though, is not having a good day on this series.
Yeah.
Menki lost in game 1 and another loss in game 2. I mean, yes, he's tankier with an increased base stats for his HP as well as the physical defense. But it's not that he's going to be that so... I mean, yes, he's tanky. But then again, if the opponent has late game potential in dealing more damage, that's just... I mean, your HP is just going to be shredded.
I mean, for Menki, I mean, he's that tank guy. He soaks up a lot of damage. But, during the recent patch, Menki has been generous. If you know what I mean, he's giving away tokens in-game. Just kidding,
Yeah.
If you know that the giveaway that currently in game. But Menki, I agree, he's having a bad day today. It's really hard for them to win. But if you're having a bad day, of course, scan this QR code in order for you to meet the community, because the community is all you need to cheer you guys up. Because if you wanted to be informed about the Clash OnAir Cup, when is the next season, what is going to happen, well, this QR code will bring you to the community. So if you're sad, if you're feeling down, meet the community, make new friends here, get some party, get those wins in honor. Come on, guys.
That's true. And usually, like, the announcements are actually announced first on Discord. So if you want to be on the top of the news and be first in the line for the registrations or whatnot, it's there on Discord. So make sure you join the community and stay up to date. So, but yeah, again, you said it already. This is just like series 1 of the day, but they're giving us like a level of like a championship level kind of game right now, as they have showcased. Our teams, like, they don't want to lose. Like, I have this feeling that they don't want to lose and they want to go to Singapore.
Of course, it's all about fighting for that ticket. You need to ride that plane. And of course, each and every one of these guys, they just need one more win. So
Yeah.
there's no reason for them to lose right now, especially that they survived the first round. This is the second round. You've already got your wins already. So it's the matter of deciding who is going to advance.
That's true.
Each of these teams are very strong in their own perspective. But having to decide is really tough. They need to give it all towards this draft.
Yes, true. And not to mention, whoever will win this match is either going to have the next match between, but that's going to be for tomorrow, is either going to be Salt Esports or Axis Boss Score. So let's watch out for that one because this is going to be a pretty interesting story. But now we head on to our draft for our last game for this first series. Yeah, we're going to have a three series for tonight, and I know it's intense. It felt like it's championship already, but this is just game one. Wow, we're not seeing an early ban from games one and two, like as a first ban, a blind ban. But this time, Todak would wanna take this away from the lineup of XDG.
Okay, already now out. Kodak trying to punish the farm lane that XDG has. We all know the potential of a farm laner. And speaking of farm laner, that the Renji did pack a punch. Singji on the farm lane as the Renji earlier on was spectacular. So you don't want to give him a really, really good farm laner. Arnie is one of those farm laners that can easily dodge or easily punish the opponents, and then he can like go out easily. Dolia, a no-brainer ban. We've seen the potential of Dolia, and they don't want Kodak to utilize that potential. Might contribute towards the win, if ever.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you have game-changing ultimates or skills, whatever, that you want the Dolia to just to reset and for you to actually overuse. Dolia is definitely the answer. That's why we definitely can see her getting banned a lot. You can see the Long getting banned, Long getting pretty annoying. No changes to him on the recent patch, but then again, I mean, the damage is still there. At the same time, the ability to escape potential threats with the infinite vastness is there too. But then again, lots of more options. Wow, 3 farm lane bans. Lady soon is gonna get banned as well. So we're gonna be left up with some that of like Marco Polo, Reggie. Well, still a lot of options, but then again, my Shanui! Vince G!
Someone needs to step up. If someone got into the ban pool, that means someone is gonna be free. So another free hero that I'm seeing right now. Okay,
I love
this. This one is being disregarded way too much now. But Liu Bang, okay, this is what I love to see. Liu Bang and Mai Shiranui together in the same
Come
team.
on.
That's gonna be insane. You won for Todak. They're gonna be going on that sustain route. Might as well fast clear towards the jungle, rotate, and then deal an insane amount of magical damage. That's what they want for the U1. But Zhang and Renji, okay. They wanted to take Renji away from XDG.
Yes, sure, why not? I mean, just to allow himself to be able to roam around alone. If there's going to be some CCs, he can definitely go for stuns too against his opponent. So I think it's still basically a safe choice. But I want to talk about like the choices that they have in here. Mai Shiranui, lots of folks in the mid, of course. But we're talking about another magic damage hero here in the form of Yoba, which is also someone who has the ability to actually just teleport across the map anywhere to assist his teammates and to surprise the opponent. So that's going to be looking scary. But with a lot of sustain, I'm seeing on the side of Todak too, Hyuhwan with heals and stuns, and then Zhang Fei as well. I mean, Zhang Fei is no joke. No updates recently, but he's still, he's got the additional CCs from the previous patch. But then again, he's still effective. Maybe I would even prefer this in terms of like frontlining. I would like give more additional thumbs up onto the Zhang Fei than in the Menki, if just in terms of frontlining. So yeah, I think pretty balanced. They're really doing so well in terms of like countering each other's peak. So I think I'm gonna give this to both of the teams because they're really challenging their coaches so well.
Speaking of challenges, they need to overcome this challenge. winning this game is going to matter big time for these teams. I mean, for Todak route, I can see what where they are going. So for the Renji, he needs some protection. Dang Fei can provide a shield. He can go front and then let the Renji do the hits. You also got Yuan with the Unending Sorrow. That means heal for the Renji and for the rest of the team. And as for the Renji, he got that cleanse. So he can easily remove debuffs at ease. And the Renji needs to be protected. They're just adding an extra layer of protection. They're just making sure that the Renji had that insurance on hand. He got the policy in order for him to prevent him from dying. And if he does die, that means he's gonna get something out of this. So insurance.
Yeah, that's true. But now we can see
Kaya.
Tyan in here getting picked as a source of sustain, but I think they're still pretty lacking in terms of like the real front line. I know well the Auburn can front line, but you know maybe some sort of like real tank. But because we're talking about heals in here, which of course can be countered with anti-regen items like that of the Blazing Cape, Mortal Punishers, and the Venomous Staff. But for the meantime, more CCs from the side of Todak. We can see the Futsu in here, the Hino as well to give more pokes and just basically maybe match up against the pokes coming out from the Mai Shiranui. So overall, so far, pretty interesting picks in here. I think Todak locked it in terms of having the ability to lock out particular targets and at the same time some source of damage from the back line to end sustain. So you're pretty locked in that, but curious as to what XCG will have in here as their last one.
Interesting. Especially the last pick. I mean, Kayan, they went for an interesting pick. Kayan doesn't get much recognition, much love during some tournaments, but this time around they need some sustain. So this might be coming in handy. They have to protect Luba number 7 at all costs. So Kayan can do the work of safeguarding Luba number 7 together with Liu Bang. So this is what I see about this matchup. So if XDG wants to stand up, Liu Bang can go up front. And then Kayan can provide the heals. Ogran can path the way with the pattern passing. My Shiranui can disable heroes, but this is really hard for my Shiranui. How can you pick up a Halo if he got the ult? How can you disable the Renji if he got some cleanse and some bodyguards to keep him protected?
That's true. That's true. I mean, for this one, XDG will need a lot of clearer communication to okay, are the ultimate or the stuns, the CZs available? From the side of TDK, then that's the only time he can actually this Shiranui can go in because you mentioned it already. It's gonna be looking scary if the stun coming from the Randy is available to assist the stun coming from Wawa and maybe even that CC coming from CCS. Wow. CCS
CC.
with a CC. Very good.
Well, for the Futsu, he needs to at least hit Liu Bang with everything that he got. You know, Futsu is one of the annoying heroes on the Clash Lane. He just needs to sustain himself. Look at that. Even the Ren, he got the cleanse, but he's being punished way too hard with the Luban.
Yes, I mean, this is Luba number 7 with quite an annoying shark cannon and blowfish available in his kit. So definitely the DRNG, has to, distance away a little bit better up against Luba number 7.
Well, Luban actually, after receiving some quite nerf, I mean, he's still painful, as you can see. He managed to deal enough damage just to keep the Renji out of pistol for now, but look at the rotations coming from Wawa. He's already level 4. He got the buff. He's sustaining CCS, and they can decide on whether they can rotate or they wanted to rotate towards the mid or be patient enough to at least have a surprise attack towards the top lane. But it seems like mid is going to be the hot spot.
Definitely hotspot right now for TDK. 4 members are actually in here, but makes me wonder if they will actually get one. Apparently not. They will just go back to each of their lane. We can see Liu Bang actually already working on getting the Space Sprite, which is the new unit you can see in the Clash lane that activates the Primal Portal once they have defeated that. Of course, that will give some gold and experience as well. But yeah, it's on the side of XTG as of the moment, having taken that.
That's a big bunny right there that you need to eliminate in order for you to activate the portal. But you get the most out of it. So aside from you waiting for 4 minutes, once that you eliminate that big buddy, that means you can rotate every time you want in the flashlight. So Firehawk still up for grabs.
For grabs, we will definitely. I mean, the update on the Firehawk 2 before it was just like, oh, look at this! Wow, we can see the jumping going for the unbridled outbursts already. Fight ongoing to air support has been used. Still a lot of damage in here. Super low on HP right now. This already Reggie gonna be the first blood. Thanks to the backup coming from the Demon Lover again. Battlefield Command, just as useful as it is, and this is what I'm looking for. This is why I love Leobam. I mean, thank you, Demon Lover. You're giving us like a good fan service in here on live.
Demon Lover, I mean, showing how true the spirit of being a leader is. I mean, Liu Bang is way too OP for a general. I mean, he commands the battlefield, and with that ult, he protects his allies just like that in order for him to pack a punch. I mean, that's the first 2 kills for XDG, and they're making the most out of it.
Making the most out of it. Into the middle lane, though, we have the fight ongoing right now. Stuns here and there coming from the Yo1, but then again, they will not be fully engaging into a fight right now as they don't have the PNG actually with them. That's the dilemma right now for TDK as they don't have the damage. It's going to be a 4v3 just so in case. And of course, it's not going to be as likely to have someone like that from Yoba who can actually catch up on the team fight. The Reggie needs to catch up with the bot. He actually died a while ago onto the hands of Demon Lover. So lots of catching up for Shaolin to do in here as he is a pretty much mid to late game hero as well.
This is a good addition to Demon Lover's hero pool. I mean, Liu Bang, you've seen most of him playing a lane, but this Liu Bang added so much flavor for XDG. The provided help, the provided support that they can do for the marksman, I mean, it's really good.
Really good, but in here we can see getting suppressed, and here is the Liobam not able to escape. That is the tower comeback. Nice answer in here, of course, with Sage's Smite in here coming from Futsu. But for the meantime, while Liobam is gone, he's going to be taking advantage of, just getting some plays up top. And the bot though, we can see pressure again with air support. A ground outburst has been used in here. Lots of CZs here and there, but they are not in a good number. HP bar of Shaolin is also quite low. They didn't have the confidence to go for the fight. So, quite a ways, I would say, of that unbridled outburst coming from Zhang Fei. But then again, better safe than sorry, maybe.
Very, very safe, very, very sorry. XDG compressing towards the bot lane. They wanted to punish Shaolin way too hard right now. Toda applying pressure towards the mid in order for them to focus. Towers after towers. Shinji just needs to focus on the tower and then go back to farming. Look at TC. Yes. He's going to try to punish Demon Lover. He knows that he can go on par with the Liu Bang. I mean, even with the Dominator Shield, with Futsu, getting the item that he needs, the lifesteal, the attack speed items. He can go on the rambles. He can like punish with his baton right there.
Sure, why not? And of course, even set up maybe later on once he fully joins the team fight. But for the meantime, we can see a balance in terms of gold. No one is actually on the lead as of the moment. But at the same time, I think we have to wait for a really nice setup. Have yet to see a good unbridled outburst being utilized in here from the side of TDK. I mean, Rem would usually have the confidence to make use of the enemy already. Like anytime he sees the opportunity. But somehow the rest of the members of TDK would, it's like, okay, apparently we cannot join you after you make use of the unbridled outburst. So that sometimes can go to waste. But for the meantime, let's see if there. Oh my God! There's one. This is what we want. The crucial thief theft coming from our Junpei in there, coming from TDK. They didn't know that someone's actually in the bush. They did not expect that. I think they were thinking, okay, the jungler anyway is not wearing the mask. But yeah, for the meantime, because he sees he is trying to go for a Jason here and kill maybe against a member of XDG right now. Going so low on HP is imagined when he will fall down. Is the answer? They're not even down because he over and trying to cry for his life. The chase is still in here, getting poked still here and there. Tower taken down by the TDNG onto the middle lane, and here goes the damage, and now the momentum that we are looking for. A while ago it was XDG doing so well, but suddenly, right after that steal coming from Rem, changed happened.
Wow, I mean, from that smite coming from Rem, this is the redemption that he wants to show for Todak. I mean, for the DDF, that's a really, really bad game. But for the Zhangfei, this means business. He's showing how he's becoming the beast for Todak that can create so much play, so much opportunity to at least stop the momentum of XTG.
Momentum-wise, the unbridled outburst has been used. Real good timing, just enough to save his life as well. Ogran is down, but again, we have two fights ongoing right now. Free hitting off the backline skills. D-Randy will kill off the Leo Bell, not able to actually save the members of XPG, but we can see it too. Super low on HP is Luma number 7. He will still save his life, but the Taiyan 2 will save his life, and then though still a win situation for the side of TDK as they manage to take some more objectives, some jungle camps from the side of XP.
Well, Taiyan almost died in that one, but look at how Sydney is determined to fend off the members of Kodak. Stay could have gotten him if he got reached by the spear that he has, but Shinji here, you go away. You don't have to punish XPG by his friends from XPG. So Todak has the space to secure another big objective, which is the Tyrant. But are they gonna go in though? Are they gonna try to start some fight up against XPG? Todak here becoming more and more confident. Zhang Fei can start this anytime.
Definitely can. He's got the rage that he needs anytime soon. But I think, no, actually it was stolen by Joffrey, right? Like the Azure Golem. So, I mean, Rem has been becoming annoying here and there. But for the meantime, up to the top, getting suppressed already. And there is the Mai Shiranui. And Mai Shiranui seems like it's going to be having a hard time to back away. But for the meantime, onto the lane as well. Some pressure has been put on by the members of TDK. Going back up top in here, super low on HP. CCS gonna be backing away. Nice flash, nice save in there. Heino will fall down though, but this time I think it's TDK. Oh, look at that! I was actually looking at the minimap. I thought CCS is gonna be caught off guard with that air support, or rather the bluish grenade coming from Luma number 7, but he's actually safe. Wow, what a game. A lot of team fights just happened, and now we can see 2 objectives being taken down by 2 of the team. Of these 2 teams.
SPG will be getting the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord. Todak will be walking away with the Shadow Tyrant. So that means it's even. They're giving away buff with each other. So all how you utilize it. So for the Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant, I mean, if Kodak managed to get their hands on the Shadow Tyrant, they need to win this fight. But the Shadow Overlord can march anytime towards the lane. Kodak now trying to extend way further towards the map. Are they gonna go in for the invade though? Rem actually becoming the key player for Kodak right now. Those smites are really, really crucial. He managed to steal buffs in a real crucial moment.
He even actually upgraded his mic in here, having bought some Hunter knife. But then again, we can see it's now on the side, in favor on the side of TDK at the moment. Yo Bang! Oh, little lever, will he be able to escape? No, currently not going to be making use of the battlefield command. He's going to fall down onto the hands of the Hino and the rest of the members of the side of TDK. And here, just going all in terms of damage. D-Rangy dealing so much damage as well. It's going to end up under the hands of Ren. He wants to get the MVP once more. Just gonna be waiting a little bit for the waves to flow, but this is looking good for TDK.
Todak needs to march towards the mid lane, and it seems like they need to catch to something. They need to make sure that they're gonna be starting the fight. Of course, they can go. CCX can go front. Can use the ult just to lock someone down. XDG needs to be extra careful regards to that, and now XDG is gonna march off with the Overlord. Indians here, and now Todak needs to entertain that. So it's another time XDG has. They are buying so much time in order for them to prolong this game. XDG, remember that they're really good towards the late. They're just waiting for that right opportunity in order for them to pop off. If this goes beyond 15 minutes, I don't know who's gonna win anymore.
That's true. It's going to be tough. I mean, we've seen from game 2 how XDG was able to turn things around, right? They just wait for the late game. But in this lineup that they have, the late game lineup is actually TDK, and they do have the form that they need. So this is looking scary. We gotta wait for the magic to happen from the side of XEG. Maybe
has destroyed a tower.
Yobam not getting caught off guard anytime soon, but there's just a lot of CC in here from the side of TDK, stopping him to actually go for the battlefield command. For the meantime in here, already being used by the Hino. They're gonna be taking off the tower down. They're gonna be trying to take away the lives of the Saiyan, the rest of the Luma number 7 as well, and more members. And it looks like this is gonna be it. They wanna end it. TDK is gonna get that game 1, the series 1 win away from XDG. What a series that we've had, Vince G.
Props to XDG for fighting all out, but on this series, Kaisaya, Kodak just proves that they're the better team. They will be advancing towards the next round, one step closer to bringing home that ticket. Kodak will be resting tonight with a really good win. Best of 3 series, it's a really good watch on this a day. I mean, one that we've casted Kaisaya, but this feels like the championship already. So what more about the upcoming matches?
It does. And we have yet to find out who is gonna be the opponent of Team Todak Esports later on as they move on to the next round. But we give you an update. It's already 3 Degrees Esports moving forward. They just defeated ZVL on a 2-0 score. So tomorrow you'll be able to see 3 Degrees Esports coming from the Philippines as well. So I'm pretty interested in this one because this team actually is composed of a lot of Tita players, former pro players who are already some to say, okay, they are already above 30 plus, so they're like, okay, they're still playing again, but they're still kicking it off. But yeah, let's go back to TDK. Futsu is going to be our MVP. What do you say about that?
CCS here managed to at least get good amount of scores. He didn't die in this game. He managed to at least get 2 kills, 6 assists, 8 KDAs for this guy. Look at the amount of damage. He's just whipping off 67.8k, and the amount of gold that he only has is 9.8k. So huge damage, less gold, less item, but still does the job. CCS is your MVP, but the other guys did the work. I mean, Team Lover did so well with the Liuba, but fortunately for him, yeah, Kodak, TCS got him under control. And then a lot of health regeneration items that can negate health regen is being built here. Stay having the Venomous Wand to prevent them from healing. XDG, they cannot do the most out of it because they cannot wait for CG to come online because Kodak wants to end this once that they have the steering wheel, the momentum.
And they did have the steering wheel to get that momentum that they need to end the game. I mean, I think they found the problem, like, okay, don't allow Demon Lover on the Liubang to actually make use of his battlefield command. We see a lot of times wherein CCS on the Futsu actually make use of his Sage Might in here to just like stop Demon Lover from, teleporting to a different part of the map. So I think that was very useful. They found that loophole onto this lineup. And not only that, I think during the draft they've already prepared this one. Oh, okay, Liubang. Then, okay, we're just gonna stop you from making use of your battlefield command by having a lot of CC. So either you get CC'd by the Direnji, you get CC'd by the Yule one, or the Futsu, right? So that's just a lot of CC to deal with by Demon Lover on the Liubang, thus he cannot make use of his battlefield command. Overall, still a real nice play, and I think despite Liubang not winning, I think I'm still happy to see him in the battlefield. Okay, and we are back in the casters in here, but I think my partner had just been frozen on how amazing that game was. But I think he's back in here.
I mean, I was so.
He's gone. So, but I guess it's time for us to throw us into a short break as we prepare ourselves. But no, actually, we're gonna be holding on. So I want to let you guys know about like the next match that you're about to see, which is gonna be Chibling Esports versus AXG Next Gen. So these are two Philippine teams battling it out, moving forward to finding out like, okay, are gonna be having who's going to be going up against 3 Degrees Esports? Is it going to be Chibling Esports or is it going to be HC Next Gen? So we'll find out that in the next series that you are about to witness. And then again, this is Clash on Air Cup. We have a 600 Malaysian ringgit prize pool. Champion will take home 300 Malaysian ringgit. That's equivalent to 4,000 pesos. Second placer will take home 150 Malaysian ringgit, equivalent to around 2,000 pesos. And the third and fourth placer will each take home 75 Malaysian ringgit. That's about 1,000 pesos. And of course, the champion will be seeded into the quarterfinals of CGF Special Series, and they will be, the organizer will be handling of your accommodation as well as your travel expense. But then again, I think we just head into a really short break. We'll be back for our series number 2. I'm Kaysaya, and of course, I was with my partner Vince G. We'll just fix him up, and we'll be back after a few minutes break.
victory awaits. It's time to hunt.
Okay, so once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Campus Game Fest. Good luck to you, gentlemen, and may the better one win. And while you're here as well, please make sure to go around the arena as well. There's lots of fun and interesting stuff to do as well. Looking out for all PUBG and Dota 2 players. We are going to have Mobile Legends Bang Bang competition right here. We are going to have SFI versus Archangel for the second match for Aerowolf SG versus SFI. We have Singapore Polytechnic versus Temasek Polytechnic. We're going to have best of 3 games. And let's get you guys ready for League of Legends. Proceed into giving the prizes away. Let's give them a big round of applause as well. Come on, guys. Come on, come on.
In recent years, virtual events have gained immense significance in the world of business. With the ability to connect companies with their customers and stakeholders, regardless of geographic locations, virtual events have become a vital tool for modern businesses to expand their reach and influence. Additionally, virtual events can be more sustainable than a traditional event, as they eliminate the need for attendees to travel, reducing the event's carbon footprint and overall environmental impact. The question is, how can you make your virtual event stand out and capture the attention of your target audience? That's where a 3D virtual set can help. Come, let me show you. A 3D virtual set can help you create stunning environment that will capture your audience attention and
And we are back in here at the Clash on Air Cup Season 3. I'm Grace, I'll be your caster for the rest of the series, but we'll see if my partner VSG will be back. Then again, this is Season 3, just like what I have mentioned. We just finished the match between XDG versus TDK, with TDK winning 2-1 score up against XDG, defeating the former S1 champion. And yeah, that's going to be super lovely. But what's even lovelier is if you join our community by scanning the QR code down below. By scanning and the code, you get to join our community, of course, and by joining our community, you get a chance and opportunity to connect with other Honor of Kings players. We do have some channels in there where you can find streams or maybe recruit players or look for teams you want to join to, and of course be on top of the news about what is to happen in the upcoming events for Clash on Air Cup. Of course, this is a tournament dedicated for all, community members of Honor of Kings across Southeast Asia. But yeah, I think this is it. We're going to be heading towards the match between two Philippine teams. It's Chibling Esports versus AXG Next Gen. Now, these two teams, they're pretty much active in a lot of community tournaments in the Philippines. And like what we have mentioned a while ago, like in seasons 1 and 2, we've had two Malaysian team champions. And I wonder, all of us wonder, okay, when is it time for maybe Philippine or Indonesia or Cambodian team to dominate Clash on Air Cup? Because it has always been Malaysian team. But yeah, let's see how this one will go. We still have, from a while ago, off stream, we just had 3 Degrees Esports Philippine team moving forward to the semifinals round, defeating ZBL, and that's just one of the green lights for at least for Philippine teams. But let's see, will it be Chibling Esports or AXG Next Gen? That's gonna be up next. All right, we can see the newest hero, Diadia, getting a ban. Although, of course, apparently we did not see her win from the match between TDK and XDG a while ago. It was still like, you can see that she can do a lot of dancing in the map, right? Like dealing a lot of CC, just poking and stealing up gold, most importantly, from the opponent. That's what definitely she can do. Thus, like, if you want to take advantage into early game time, just go for the steals, get some gold out of your opponent's pockets, and just dominate early game and maybe end it quickly as much as you can. This I think that's the reason why this is still being respected, despite she's kind of like an all-around kind of hero, support roam in here. But the Dolia pretty consistent in the ban, except for once where we saw a Dolia actually coming out of the picks a while ago. But now I think we talk about what is showing in here into the picks. We can see the Mai Shiranui that just recently had a buff, a really lovely buff, I may say, for her kit, wherein of course she can poke the opponent even more as the energy is now reduced from her S2. So that's gonna be very advantageous for her to actually set up team fights or pokes even further. But now I can see the Arlie getting in here into the lineup. Well, Arlie has always been there, even in rank game. She's so annoying. She has a mobility, of course, not just the damage, but she's so mobile. It's hard to catch this particular hero, most especially if you give that one to someone who's very used to, tapping their fingers on their mobile phones. But the Ograd as well, so I love the balance immediately coming from AXT Next Gen, with the Ograd actually frontlining potentially once, of course, he gets the itemization that he needs already. But the Lienpo, we did not see him from Series 1, but finally seeing him here. We've seen the Jiangfei showcase already, the frontlining capabilities, but now it's Lienpo's turn to actually do that. Maybe as a robe for the Lady Suit, providing the CC, providing the defense and support and protection, and of course the creation of space for his teammate, maybe for Lady Zun and even Mai Shiranui, to deal the damage that they could do from the side or even from the back. Lady Zun, pretty understandable, like the range damage, but of course pretty late game for Lady Jen. Definitely needs some good farm early on in order to find a power spike, to find that sweet spot that we're looking for this particular hero. Liobang, I absolutely love Liobang. Whenever I like play ranked games and I accidentally like, okay, they want to change because I usually play roam, or it's either like roam or farm. That's what I play. But sometimes you would encounter those players in ranked game where okay, can we swap roles? Even though that's not your role, that's why it's important to at least know or you master at least one or two heroes in other lanes or other roles that you don't usually play. But I would definitely, personally, me, I would add Liobang as one of my favorite heroes to play in the Clash lane. Well, he can be used in jungle too or roam, but in the current patch, he is currently more viable to be played in the Clash lane because like you just like, okay, once you clear your lane in the Clash, just go maybe for a surprise attack somewhere else in the map, maybe in the farm, as far as that in the farm lane, right? So isn't it amazing? The only downside is that if, like we've seen a while ago from the match between XDG and TDK, like if the opponent has a lot of CC to stop you from doing the battlefield command, the ultimate, then I don't know, you cannot do the backup that you want to do for your teammates. So now they have banned out in here the U1, pretty understandable because actually it was showcased a while ago that the U1 was actually made used to, okay, one of the stoppers for this Liobang. But of course, it's not as like straight to the point, straightforward as like that of the Footstoos or the Rienji's damage or stun rather, sorry, to actually stop a particular hero like that of the Liobang to actually make use of this ultimate. But so far, so good. I mean, U1 anyway has a lot of sustain. You don't want to give a lot of healing to like that of the Lienpo. So we understand the reason why this U1 is actually getting banned out as well. Though I love the front line with the addition of the Jangfei in here for the side of next AXG Next Gen. Nuja, and we can see Luna as well being added up. I think they want to add up the Nuja in here just to match up with the global map presence of the of this Liobang. So I like it. I want to see how they catch up in each other. Okay, like once we see a particular clash wherein okay, Liobang is gonna go into this farm lane to assist, and then Nuja goes for his ult as well. So I think we will want to see the kind of team fight that might happen later on. So we'll see about that. But Luna in here, of course, it's tanky, but we will be relying more on the Luna on the ganks, on the flanks, on the damage output as well. And of course, Zuya in the mid. Definitely, I love the AoE that he can deal not just in clearing of lanes for the early game, but also in terms of like in team fights. Like that's a lot of AoE damage. Now, in terms of the lineup that they do have, I see a lot of potential that they can do in here. It's just now a matter of, I think, how fast they can actually rotate into the map or maybe even go for the power spike that they very much will need. But yeah, this is the match between Chiblings Esports versus AXE Next Gen. Both are Philippine teams. Whoever will go forward in here or will win this best of 3 match will directly go to the semi-finals and have the match up against 3 Degrees Esports for the semi-finals, another Philippine team tomorrow. So here we go into the game. Now, I think first of all we want to take a look at the matchup, right? The matchup between our heroes in the Clash lane. We have Nuja as well as Liobang. We do have here, of course, for the Liobang, we have him just into the mid or to the late game, or yeah, mid game he can actually get that already, but Nuja has to wait a little bit like more into the late game before actually he goes for the power spike. But I love the confidence. I love the confidence that he's actually doing already right now, just trying to shred off the HP bars of this Liobang early on into the game. And now we talk about I think our matchup in terms of the jungle. But hold a thought, I think we have to take a look at what's happening onto the top side, because everyone looks like they just want to go for a gang on the top, but apparently Mikey Kun is actually safe. He doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't want to punish himself. But for the meantime, you can see the fight ongoing onto the middle lane. Oh, look at that! Luna actually going in here. A lot of damage getting smiting heroes as well. He will be the first blood coming from the side of Team AXG. We just have to hold on to that pause. Of course, not a very good moment where we want to have that pause, but I think that was like a really nice setup. Also, of course, coming from Vero one in there, the Lienpo, and of course followed up with the damage coming from Raven, one our Luna in there. Okay, well that was not very nice to be seen. I mean, Ogren, we know him as an early game type of hero into the jungle. You want to take advantage of the pokes that you can do up against your opponent, but then again he got caught off guard. He didn't expect that. Okay, there's like 4 members coming from the side of Chimney Esports who would want to attempt to go for a kill on me. But alright, we talk about our clash lane, our junglers already. You can see our mid lane and the farm lane as well. We can see the Mai Shiranui recently got that buff from the game already, roaming together with the Lianpo in here, but this is even scarier. 4 members of AXZ actually waiting in the bush. We can see in here, ooh, trying to actually go for the Skyfall Universe ring already just to be fast. Go on to escape the potential clash or whatever onto the top side and just go into the mid, maybe just basically make use of that. But yeah, my Shiranui, we can see we have yet to find out a good pick off onto fights. Anyways, just early game time and just waiting for, I guess, a good clear of the minion waves into the middle lane because before he actually can go rotate towards bot, just like what he's doing right now. Yok1 in here will be able to catch a member on the side of AXG. Apparently not gonna be able to hit anyone with the Kachosin, but then again, they can try again in here into the mid. But in here, our friend Zia is actually getting annoying for him as well, of course, with the pokes of the Divine Seal as well as the Divine Punishment. Not much action happening except for that kill into the mid onto Osas. There is not a huge gap, and despite actually dying onto the middle lane part of the map, AXG is still onto the lead in terms of gold. Maybe we can hold that. We didn't see what happened onto the side. Like for example, but hold thought we can see Jumpy making use of the ultimate already. Unbridled outburst, and we can see the fight potentially happening already. Who's gonna get this tyrant? The Jumpy will secure it for themselves. Arlie will actually get a kill up against the Lienpo. 1 member down onto the side of Chibling Esports, but we're not even done because those Skyfall Universe ring will be used to try to catch up onto killing off Osas. Osas will fall down again. The rest of the members of Team AXG try to retaliate and make the name of the game for the members. And 2 team fights actually happening right now. There's a chase. Yobang in here trying to go for a kill, but will he be the one getting punished? And yes, he will. Lady Sun will kill him off, but then again, Lady Sun will die onto the hands of Zuya into the mid. And Ichi actually has an opportunity to maybe take down the middle lane. They're trying to kill off the minions of the opponent's side, but to no afford, so they will just end up of actually going for a steal onto the jungle camp of Chibling Esports, and everyone will try to go for that reset. What a game, and I really love that steal coming from Kyria in there onto at least a secure. They were the one who started it anyway. That's a secure for them. And Osas is definitely not having a good time in this game. He got killed off twice already, just in the early game time, and it's not looking good as an Ogren. Again, Ogren, early game, you want to be online as early as possible, but for the meantime, let's take a look at what Chamberlain Esports is planning to do in here. Not gonna be a successful gank, I must say, but taking a look at the top side in here, we can see Raven getting punished by the 3 members on the side of AXG. That was not a good spot for him. I mean, he's all alone. Chris too wasn't there. The Nuja, no one was there to actually protect it. And of course, he's not tanky to actually even, survive that 3-man member from the side of AXG. So now, I mean, despite Osas being in a bad spot into getting a lot of deaths early on, I think it's being countered, it's being balanced somehow by the rest of the members of AXG into getting kills, getting objectives. Let's see how this one will go. They will secure it. Osas is finally trying to, you know, make it up from the deaths that he had from a while ago. But for the meantime, we can see Shibling Esports having a hard time catching up in terms of gold. That's already like a 2k gold lead in favor of AXG, and it's going for it's pretty consistent. It's pretty like it's not going anywhere. It's just like going onto the red side. But I love the vision that Keria has in here, getting slowed though, only able to back away thanks to that shield, thanks to that leap. He is able to back away from that, you know, potential stun, potential death. But look at the damage coming from the Alin Wonder. You know what? Makes me wonder why these players actually love adding numbers like 1, 2 in their name. Makes me wonder. I think it's like a trend now. I can say it's like a trend. When you add a 1, it's like, are you looking for a team or whatnot? But yeah, whatever. But let's take a look at the team fight happening already right now, because you know universal law already has been used by the Zuya, just shoving away the members of Chibling Esports. Killing spree for the Arlie. They're not even done. As also is actually wanting to get more kill. Passive passing has been used just to flank all over the side of Alin Wonder in here. More towers getting destroyed by AXG in the process, giving them more gold, giving them more space. And now I think the Mai Shiranui has to back away. I don't think he can defend this. He just has to give it. I think they have to find a way, a different way to actually go for a counterplay. Maybe just go on the top, just clear off the minion wave, and that's it. But with AXG now positioned into the Tyrant, and even getting that, they will have even more power into winning team fights. I mean, we're talking about magic damage coming from Mikey-kun, coming from Zapi, coming from Jare even. That's not something you want to deal about. And now, Luna, we do know that he is not even like having the sustain, having much sustain, but are they really gonna go for the fight? I don't like what I'm seeing coming from the side of Chibling Esports. I don't think they are in a position to actually initiate team fights, and they have just done that. That is very unfortunate, and this could even die. One member in the end will fold up, as we say. That's so much damage coming from Zapi already. And this is now looking so good for the side of AXG, because they now have the power spike. Chibling doesn't even have a place to actually farm anything out, because AXG members are already stealing away all their jumbo tanks at the same time. So I think the question is, what can Chibling Esports do at this point in time? I mean, their only reliable frontliner that they currently has is Veros, Lienpo in here. But of course, after that, you have to wait for maybe Chris to join the team fight. Maybe through a Skyfall Universal Ring after he tries to go for a push. But talking about push, there's not even a push yet coming from the side of Chibling, because we don't see any towers falling down on the side of AXG as of yet. AXG can even make use of their towers to the next game. It looks like, okay, please, we are the ones worthy of going to Singapore to join the CGF Special Series. So, but now I think now they're just capitalizing really on the lead. They must close this soon, though. They would want to close this soon. You don't want to wait until Alin Wonder, the league is soon to go online, right? Maybe even the Lienpo getting even tankier, but also just because Raven in here already falling down. No way for you to actually go for a split push, or maybe even go for an Overlord. Skyfall Universe Ring has been used just to scare away the members of AXG, but AXG, they're not scared, man. They're not scared. They do know that there are actually no Chibling members around the vicinity of that overlord. So thus, I mean, they're not even scared. If Chris to actually goes continue to head on to the overlord pit with the Skyfall universe ring, I think he's just gonna be putting himself to death. So I think that's a good idea to say cancel. But for the meantime, magic can happen. Chibling Esports, maybe there will be a magic cap that can happen, but oh, call it out because I did not like what I saw, because Lianpo just went right off the bat, right in front of the faces of members of AXG1, and I think anytime soon, this is gonna be it! Universal Law has been used, a lot of AOD damage right now, and I think all the members has just been wiped out, and this is a very fast game onto the hands of AXG Next Gen from the Philippines, quickly winning that game 1. What a game. What a really flawless game, to be honest. I mean, Ogren, Ossus, which was used by Ossus, did not really have a good time. Let's admit it, he did not have a good time early game. He died, like it was like 2 minutes. I think just within 2 minutes he died already, and not just once but twice within the early game time. Early game time is like between 0 to 1 minute, 4 minutes, right? So, but of course, while Ossus was having a bad time, the rest of the members of AXG was having a good time anyway, where we saw how Zuya, as well as Arlie and Zhangfei as well, just having a good time going the matchup up against the Lady Sun as well as the Liento. I think there was also like a lack in terms of like the frontline capability on the side of Team Chiblings. I mean, they were only relying on Liempo, and apparently I was hoping for more Mai Shiranui like hooks and setup. But let's take a look at the MVP first from that game. It's gonna be the Arlie Zape with a really nice KDA flawless. My goodness, 607, no deaths at all. They didn't also give away any towers from the side of AXG. And I think it's still a team play. Although he got the MVP in here, I think overall I would say like the Zhangfei really provided a really good assistance together with Zuya. Zuya, at the same time in the middle lane, I mean, he was rotating together with the Zhangfei. So I think with that, 3 of them rotating all together, just surprising whenever Mai Shiranui will try to go for a gank in the bot, Zuya, Arlie, and Zhangfei was already there in the bot, hiding in the bushes, waiting for a potential kill. But let's take a look at the match results. Let's see how they actually built out their itemization in here. Okay, from Jare, he's just got here an anti-heal item, the venomous stuff to actually, you know, stop the healing, the sustain coming from Vero, just to stop him from more durability, to provide more durability for himself, and at the same time, you know, just stop everything. Just maybe empower. Let's just say it empowers as well Zape, and even the damage coming from himself, Jare with Zuya. So I think overall it's a good thing that they have it. Oh, we can also see the Blazing Cape also on Osas already in here, just stopping even the Nuja as well from going for any regions that they have in here. But then again, I think it really boils down onto how they actually played their heroes, or how they actually rotate in the lane, right? I will really give it onto how Zuya, Arlie, as well as Zhangfei rotated into the map. But let's take a look at how much they contributed onto the team fight. Oh, team fight contribution on Vero 25%. I see that's why, like, you know, usually as a roam, you really want to roam, right? You really want to have more team fight contribution. I mean, Yop was there, he's trying his best. Jare, I have to highlight, he's got 100% team fighting participation here. He is 100% into the team fight, thus we can see a lot of universal law being in place onto the team fights, just, you know. And when they do have the chain lightning buff, They do have a massive amount of damage. Not to mention, they do have massive amount of gold. Like they had like 2,000 from 2,000 power spiking to about like 4,000 K gold lead. That's massive amount of difference in comparison to what the latest soon even has. And sadly enough, though, for Chibling Esport, they weren't able to go into their late game power spike modes, especially for latest soon. But hopefully, we'll see more. We'll see a better execution on game 2. This is a best of 3 match anyway on this series. Our series 1, it ended up on a 2-1 score. It went back and forth. Both of the teams actually, like, you know, the match were like a little bit prolonged. We didn't go into the Tempest Dragon, but then again, we saw a lot of tussle here and there. But there again, we show you again our QR code to join our community. This is the Clash on Air Cup community. If you want to join and be updated onto the next season, if you missed the subscription, or rather the application or registration, lots of terminologies out there. If you missed the registration for the season 3, you can still join the upcoming season 4, which might happen next month or the coming month. We'll just announce it. Last month we skipped it to, you know, have a little break and give room for the official event of our kids as well. But then again, in this community, you can find screams, you can find potential teammates, playmates, or for ranked games, or whether it be on tournaments as well. But yeah, let's go back to what they can do in here for our second game. Again, I feel like it's really more in the confidence and the rotation. Mid laner of Chibling Esports has been doing it so well. He's trying to rotate, but I think it was just lacking in terms of aggressiveness. As a Maishindanui, you do really wanna, even like, you know, you can sacrifice your life, just get the kill. I mean, you have the power spike that you need, but apparently that's not how we saw it. He was rotating, but in terms of like really poking out a target, that's what we didn't see from Maishindanui. But for the meantime, Chibling Esports want to take a break from making use of the Mai Shiranui. They're going to be banning out for themselves, not giving it away to AXG Next Gen. And the Dolia will be banned out by AXG Next Gen. And we do know, Dolia, I mean, although some adjustments has been done to her, she's still as powerful. I mean, the sense or the kit, the reset kit, skill reset kit is still there for the Dolia, and it's still a game changer for every hero that has a game-changing skill. So you don't want to deal with, like, let's say, 2 Death of Sunset, 2 ult coming from the Shangwan, 2 whatever, 2 ultimate coming from the Yuan, even so, right? So those are the things that you really want to avoid coming from a Dolia. That's why she is definitely worthy of a ban. The Yadia, to be honest, personally me, I usually don't see her as someone that's worthy of ban. Yes, she can do a lot of like gold stealing in the early game or along the game, but then again, if you will be matching her out up against like a roamer that has a specific kit, like that of the Dolia, I think, or maybe the Jalpe even, so I would really more rely on Tijia. I'm not hating on the Yadia, she's fun to play. I don't master her, but because I tend to just like jump off like whatever places. But she's definitely fun to use. But for the meantime, we see the Wombo Combo duo of the Ming and the Lady Sun once more. You know, sometimes you really hate to see this. Even if you're a rank game, right? Like, it's kind of annoying to like see this both together. Primarily because, okay, Lady Sun is a late game hero, right? So, but if she is empowered with a buff coming from Ming, then, you know, you kind of negate that somehow, or you lessen the late game. Like, you just only have to wait for mid game, or you have the advantage already early game on. And I love the Musashi picking here. Most likely, of course, going onto the jungle, but definitely they do have a way to actually engage onto the team fights already. But yeah, we'll see how they're going to be finalizing XD Next Gen's lineup. But for the meantime, U1 Marco Polo, Mot sitting here for the side of Chibling Esports. She definitely have a lot of sustain and heals already in the form of the U1. Marco Polo, I think he just needs to make sure that he's gonna enter team fights when the side of AXG Next Gen is actually free from any available CCs. Well, in terms of CC, of course, we're talking about CC coming from Musashi, but we don't know what they're gonna pick yet. But yeah, Marco Polo though, late game wise, I definitely what he can do. I definitely love what he can do late game. So I think AXG Next Gen, I mean, at least he can match up with what the ladies soon can do. And of course, Roma Matsu in here, lots of pokes here and there. I think in terms of like distance wise, they could, you know, at least somehow stop Lady Soon as well as me on jumping onto Marco Polo. Of course, Marco Polo has just a slight disadvantage in terms of range in comparison to the Lady Soon. But now we're seeing Dharma, Yobang, Ganonmo, and Haino as well, all into the ban list. Ganonmo, we do know he's got the buff, or rather mechanics upgrade. He's got more ways to make use of his skill to poke out enemies, so pretty understandable. And it seems like that's a trend that Chibling Esports doesn't want to deal with, because they will ban out the Haino as well, who can also, of course, poke out opponents. And apparently, no Lyobang in Dharma. So that's something, of course, that Chibling Esports doesn't have as of yet. Now we see a lane as a pick and the Lady Gen 2, lots of CZ. Okay, I'm just missing out a frontline hero in here for the side of Chibling Esports. Well, we do have the Elaine. Yes, he's tanky, but I'm talking about frontline, like someone who can really dive in and soak in a lot of damage. I think that's one thing missing in here for Chibling Esports, but they do have a lot of way to poke opponents and even dive onto the back line in the form of the Elaine, if we're talking about diving onto the back line. And they do have a setter in the form of the Lady Gen. Stop the movement coming from the side of AXG Next Gen, but then again, it's just gonna be boiling down at the execution. Mayin is picked by AXG Next Gen onto their side here on the red side. Oh, weird. They do have the Diao Chan. So pretty lovely. Oh, I have been playing in ranked games, and I'm seeing a lot of good Diao Chan players. She's got mechanics changes wherein her cooldown in her second skill being Petals in the Wind, is already reduced. So she can dance even further, she can dance better in the battlefield once she's there, and it's good. So that's gonna be looking scary. We'll finally have this one. We'll go. We're now in a game 2 between Chibling Esports. Sorry, it's Chiblings Esports with the S. Chiblings Esports versus AXG Next Gen. We'll see how this one will go. What I can say is that there's just a lot of late game heroes on the side of Chibling, so I think they need to respect or help out their farm laner and jungler to farm as much as they can, as fast as they can. But already loving the folks in here coming from the Matsu. But that's just that, at least stopping. And one thing we can notice that the farm laners are actually in the mid lane. So that's what they want to do. Or did we not see that they're actually rotated? But so far, yes, that's what they want to do at the moment. They just want to deal with more, they just want to gain access. Meantime, automated. For the meantime, you can see Jared getting a lot of damage coming from the Lady Jet as well as the Marco Polo. Gonna be backing away, and they're gonna be swapping lanes again, both the mid as well as the farm lane. But in terms of the top, our Clash laner in here, Elaine is definitely much a later game hero compared to Mayin, which is more balanced. So that's pretty understandable that he has to go under tower before anything else. Maybe have to wait for U1 to actually visit. I would say the Elaine has to wait for both the U1 and the Gen to actually join the team fight. So for the meantime, Everyone's gathering together here in the bottom part of the map. Gonna be securing the Firehawk. Again, the Firehawk already will be distributing the gold among teammates in comparison to before. It was just like for the farm laner, but now there's an addition of gold for the teammates as well. So this is pretty useful to actually help out your teammate. Power spike already as early as they can, and that's actually almost the same thing too, with the space right being added up the top for the clash lane, wherein if you know, once you actually have killed this new unit in the clash lane, it will activate the primal portal once defeated, and of course it will give you some golden experience as well. I love it. I mean, within 4-minute game time, not much is happening as of yet. Everyone's just very careful. Despite AXG having that win from game 1 already, they are pretty, you know, they're pretty safe in here. But we are seeing a rotation. Here comes the Diao-chan onto the back line. I wonder if they're gonna go for that. Nope, they're just going for the vision. So basically, everyone's still on a reading mode. They just want to farm, farm, farm. But do take note that there's a lot of HP regen heroes in here for the side of AXG, so we might be expecting a lot of anti-heal items coming from Chibling Esports, just to up the HP regen from the Nagin, from the Diao-chan, as well as Ming's heroes as well. But we can see the Tyrant and the Overlord, both available. Folks here and there coming from Chibling. Oh, they do know that they're actually in here. We're going to be making use of the unending sorrow already by the U1, saving himself from a potential death, but that actually made use of his skill already. The Tyrant will be secured by XG. They're not going to be committing onto the team fight, although they do have the Chain Lightning. They just want to focus on one objective. But for the meantime, in here, very aggressive move coming from the Marco Polo. Allen Wonder will actually be punished. In Filipino, we call it maasim because you are way too aggressive. Like, it's just way too much objective already. And not even done. But for the meantime, in here, we can see already one member of AXG almost going to death. Yao Chendo will still be saved. But really nice poke and attempt coming from both the Matsu with Pink out inside the box, as well as Marco Polo. Well, sorry, not the Marco Polo, Matsu, and the Lady Jen just doing their thing onto the bot lane. But yeah, now this is the time where AXG is actually trying to steal the jungle camps of Chibling's Esports. Team members, oh, the Diao-chan will actually make use of the flowery potential, trying to kill off the Elaine, shoving him away, and once the Elaine goes back to the base, this is the best opportunity for AXG members to actually go for a tower take, which will give them a lot more gold. This is really looking smooth for the side of AXG. But there's an attempt coming from Chibling's Esports to actually take this tower down. They potentially can even take this down. They have more numbers, but they're not going to be finishing it off. They just want to be careful, still respecting what the Lady Sun can do. But for the meantime, very aggressive Magin, we can see right now getting serious here and there. But going back into the bot lane part of the map, still the pokes are happening. But at the same time, we just saw Musashi Osas taking down the Overlord for themselves, but super low on HP. Actually, one member on this
team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Why are you running?
At the same time, too, in terms of the late game of Liao Chan and Lady Su, it will also like not be the best, but if they survive the team fights, and talking about team fight, it's already happening right now. Let's talk about that first because we can see the members of Team Cheating Esports trying to get the members of AXG sustain here and there from the Liao Chan. But man, we're talking about 4 or 5 members going up against you. You're not a god. You're not a god in here. You will die in front of the hands. But that actually gave a lot of space for Mikey Kun to actually take down the tower. So it felt like Jared just donated his life just to allow Mikey Kun to also push up top. But for the meantime, there's a chase coming to the side of Team Esports, trying to defeat members of AXG Esports in here, and the main will fall down. But while that was happening, you have also actually fall down into the jungle camp of Team Esports, getting killed by the Magin, Mikey Kun, and while that was happening, you know, they love the destructive play in here. And I know what they're doing. Like, okay, you're busy on one side, we're gonna go for one rotation. Like, okay, we're busy on one side, but we're also gonna be busy on the other side, going for the tower push. Either a tower push or do both, like this overlord. So I think AXG is actually like getting a good hands on controlling the map. You can see the flow of the minion waves in the bot, as well as in the middle lane. And with that, they have the better position on, you know, getting the team fights, choosing the fights that can actually win. But now we see everyone's back alive. Pokes coming out here and there, coming from Matsu. There is the chase. But in here, a very deep dive gun from the Diaojin as well with flowering potential already. Visashi actually going in, but look at this one, and ending sorrow has been used by the U1. That's already forced. He has to back away.
Has destroyed a tower.
And now I think AXG is now just waiting for an opportunity to knock on the doors, like break out the high ground towers of Chibu Esports. This is now a massive lead in front of the goal, but the chase is still in here. We can see the members of AXG going so low. Ming has fallen down. Lots of sustain here and there. And while that was happening, you can see the flow of minion waves. But hold up, double kill onto the hands of the lady soon right now. But already in here, he has fallen down and is shot down. A lot of exchange and kills in here. 2 for 2 so far. But the minion waves is going in favor on the side of the AXG. Double kill coming from Mikey Kun. Now just remember, what can Christo do? It's just now going back to the base of AXG. It seems like he doesn't want to be in the side of his team anymore. But no, he's just buying time, of course. He is just buying time as the rest of the members of Team Esports actually go back to their life. And he's so low in HP, he doesn't want to show himself off. However, in here, the blue buff is taken away in here. I think that was in the hands of the Aljan at the moment. Yes, indeed, it's in Jara's hand, but for the meantime, Matsu will fall down. It's just way too bad damage coming from Mikey Kun. And of course, AXG, they are in a position to take the Overlord as well. And that will give them the Overlord Vanguard. Oh, they want to do it all together. They're not going to be dealing with any primal bond anymore. Maybe just for a few seconds. But then again, having this for both on their hands is going to look scary. They have the Chain Lightning buff. They have the Overload Vanguard anytime soon, which will allow them to push better. They have spotted in the bot side though. It's fine. They're only fine. Just have to wait a little bit, but they have to do it now. Maybe just like go all together. But they are now forcing it. We can see in here the members of AXG actually just diving onto the back lane already, taking down the tower as well up top. Super low on HP right now is our Diaochan. He will fall down on the hands of the U1. Although in here, with the access to the back line, a lane will kill off the lady soon. Not even done. A lane though will fall down as well. Lots of exchanges and kill, but the members of AXG, one by one, getting deleted. The late game potential of Chibling Esports is already in here. The chase coming from the U1 gonna get stunned in here. Will there be some kills? An ending sword has been used to heal and damage as well. Is this the comeback Chibling Esports is waiting for? That is the question. But they have yet to deal with a lot of vanguards actually like walking on the lanes. But you do see now the potential of Chibling's Esports in here for as long as I think, like, you know, we can see Alan Wonder feeding, there's the setup coming. For as long as Chris 2 takes down Zapi, the Lady soon on the side of AXG, you know, they can survive, I mean, Latest is just dealing a lot of damage in the backline too, so I think that's a good job. We should commend Chris too, and actually taking him down from that team fight, even having to sacrifice his life somehow. His HP bar, and now the push onto the mid lane, defense coming from AXG. Just have to be very careful because Mikey Kun is actually onto the other side of the map, trying to flank. Given that good push, will he try to get serious and getting someone? Nope, gonna get slowed down in here by the U1. And now the game is getting more interesting because it is not one-sided anymore. Although you can see a lot of towers still up on the side of AXG. In terms of team fights, we do know that Chibling Esports can still win, but how far? Because we can see one member from the side of AXG actually getting caught off guard, but no, they're actually gonna go for it. Musashi actually trying to survive, but to no effect, he will fall down onto the hands of the Marco Polo. Think inside the box is here, but the flowery potential will kill off the rest of the members of Team Chibling Esports. Vera is super low on HP, is now Raven trying to survive for his life! With the unending sorrow still helping him survive, but then again, the towers have fallen down. Higher ground tower into the bot has fallen down already. Will they try to chase? It's a super low Ming onto the backline. No, but look at this one. Another flowering potential in here, getting stunned again. However, by the U1, I think he is ready to sacrifice his life. And they do know that I think for as long as Zafi is alive, we're all okay. Look how much Kyria actually survived the team fight. I mean, he has been like just 1 HP bar for quite a while. Like that, I think that lasted like a minute. And then he still did not end up dying. I mean, he's just like, anyway, at the back of, just behind Zafi, you know, just empowering Zafi's damage. And Zafi dealing the damage, hurting the HP bars of Raven and Vero along the way. But let's see who's gonna get this one. The esports will secure, but of course, if AXG actually secured chain like buff in here, they will also have even further potential to actually go for the fight. We can see already magic defense being furthered up in here from the side of AXG. Let's see how they're gonna go onto the middle lane. Ending Sora has been used again. They're trying to force it. They want to take advantage of the Overlord Vanguards that they have in here. They have it in top, but I'm not so sure if it will last long. Because we can see, we can just like see a few seconds kill by the side of AXG members. They have to play this wise, like they have to have a better position, but Homeless Bob jarring here, super low in HP. Flower potential has been used, but to no effort, he will die in the end anyway. There's a chase comes the rest of the members of Team Esports. I really love the position coming from Raven in here, just healing themselves, healing their teammates, and at the same time, dealing a great massive amount of damage and crowd control against the members of AXG, and there goes the chase. What can you do right now, ladies? You're just so far away up against the protection coming from Kyria. And now it's just Kyria and Mikey Kun all alone. Kyria onto the base. Members of Chibling Esports getting more towers for themselves. And I love this redemption game for Chibling Esports. They want to win this. It's just another 3-game series for all of us. They have the late game now. More heals and more sustain. And I think this is looking scary because again, they do know how to deal with it. Chris 2 knows who to target. in the end, Zape is being problematic for Jam. Jara is not as scary for Jam anymore. 2. Well, a lot of things can still happen. Well, I think if ASG still want to win this, though, they could try to attempt for a split push. Because now they're having a hard time in this late game. U1 is also a late game hero, so like more damage, more sustain, and of course small lower cooldowns for his skills to actually do a lot of stuff. This is why, you know, the Dohya and U1 combo is like looking scary as well. But yeah, more heals in here, and I think Sorrow has been used, power potential has been used to chase down and deal damage against the opponents. Chibling Esports, but will that be enough? Members of Chibling Esports, oh, it's going super low! Monzo has fallen down in here, and next is Heal, Alan Wonder in here. Would he be able to survive? That is the question, but they're actually gonna go for the kill up against the members of AXG. But then, despite that is happening, it appears that AXG would want to go for a tower take into the middle lane. Question is, will they be able to survive this long enough though? This is pretty tanky. There's the backup coming from the U1 as well. The sunset has been used, but look at the base as well. I mean, the Marco Polo is already wanting to end it. I want to see the base. I want to see the base. Let's look at the base. Marco Polo for the win. It is for the win. Chibling Esports is gonna go for the win, and they're gonna end up this game 2-1 score. Chibling Esports! What a game! Okay, what's written on top of their logo? It's Super Chain Chiblings. Is this a food? I have to search that. I'm not so familiar, but whoa. This is what we're talking about. Like, man, if you do know that your heroes are like for late game, you just have to hold on up until the end. While your crystal is still up, you still have hope. And of course, protect your damage dealer to the best that you can. And kill of the opponent's damage dealer to the best that you can. So I love the access. I mean, I would mostly also commend like what was that Priester? Like the Elaine was doing in there to just like access and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, what a game this is. So, but yeah, I mean, 1-1. We're back to having a best of 1 game, guys. It's like it's going a trend. Makes me wonder if that's gonna be the same as for Axis versus Salt later on, because Axis is also a good team. So this is what I love about Clash and Air Cup. It's like not, it's a sort like if you want to scout players or if you want to scout teams, let's say you're an organization, I think this is one of the best platforms to look for. But yeah, going back to that game, who would have expected? Who would have expected that? But pretty I'm surprised that Chibling Esports sustained up until the late game. Raven, you definitely deserve that 9-1-11. I actually thought that, I mean, I will also give MVP to the Elaine that we're talking about here. KDA MVP, I would say. But, I mean, Raven, he doesn't know when to like make use of the Melody of Peace, the Unending Sorrow, the Mournful Temple, mostly connecting. That's what I love too. Like, usually like in team fights, he would go for a flank onto one side, making sure that he'll be able to stun not just one target, but most targets. So I love that. I mean, it's teamwork, and I think it's trust between Chibling's esports teams in trying to make a comeback for this game. But let's take a look at the scoreboard. I mean, KDA of Mikey Kun is not bad. Look at that, 6-3-1. But then again, I think Chris too, he also did a good job in here in terms of like really getting the flank. But yeah, let's take a look at the itemization that we had. You can see that Zape actually was already forced to build out some defensive items in here, because it turned out the magic damage of Raven, magic damage of U1, Raven, and Lady Jen Yok 1, as well as Matsuviri, is like way too much to handle for him. more so, he's also getting access in the back line by Chris 2, the lane. So this is way too much to handle for him. But let's take a look at how much contribution they had in here in terms of damage, in terms of team fights. Let's oh, look at this one, 95% for Raven 1. I mean, I think the moment that they realize that, okay, we really gotta play around you, Raven, so we can utilize your heals, we can utilize your stuns, and that's the moment I think they realized where they can be more effective. So yeah, really good job by Chiblings Esports, but then again, this is a best of 3 match. We are gonna go back to a best of 1 as we head into our game 3 for our series 2. And surprise, surprise! I have a new friend here, Graham. How
Hello, guys.
are you doing? I wonder if you saw. I wonder if you saw the match. What do you? If you saw, did you see?
Yeah, I actually saw the match earlier. I was watching on the other room. And yeah, it was quite back and forth. Actually, I was thinking in the beginning that AXG1 could actually get the win easily right here, but GB just pushed in through that lanes, and they got a little bit, or they got a lot of wins, cash wins right here, and then it translated pushes and translated to.
Yeah, that's true. And I think I love what I love the most was that they hang on until the end. They hang on until the end. It was like, okay, the high ground towers are already down. Like they just have 1, 2 left in the high ground, and that's it. They could have lost it. Like if Mayin actually intended to just go for a split push, they could have like won it like 2-0 for the side of AXG. But I love the attentiveness of Elaine as well, the Chris 2 player. Onto hey, I'm gonna go back to the base and just make sure that we're not gonna get split pushed. And I love the ending as well. Marco Polo was just killing it, right?
I was actually thinking it's gonna be a base race at the end. I was surprised that I thought that the mid push will go through, as on the other side, Chibi also pushing on the lower side of the map. I thought it's gonna be a base race. It was gonna be intense, but for some reason it's gonna be Chibi who got that Crystal down earlier, and they get the win, tying up the series that we have right here. Miss K-Side, and quite excited how this one will turn out onto our 3rd game. And yeah, we're just waiting for. I think that we're just waiting for both teams right here. But you've seen game 1, and I was just when I came in, I just have seen game 2. I just want to get your idea. Who do you think will win between these 2 teams and get the series home?
You know what, Graham, it's pretty hard to be honest. But if I would like, I don't want to jinx any team. Maybe I say AXG and then suddenly the other team wins it, or I say Chiblings and then the other teams. But with the showing of Chiblings, it's pretty surprising how they go, because in game 1, AXG was like very dominant, like all the way, like all throughout from early to late. They finished the game super early. That's why the game 2 was a little bit surprising, right? Like they had a capability, they had a Lady Soon and the Biao Chan. I mean, both of this, and they do even have the combo of Lady Soon and Ying.
Actually, yeah.
Right? It was just like so, like, it makes me curious as to why they weren't able to end it as early as they can. They do even have the Massage, which like, okay, which can look scary for the Marco Polo. But then again, I think what happened in game 2 for AXU was that Mayin wasn't so serious in getting her get serious done skills in there, because somehow when the power spike of Elaine came out, okay, like Elaine was just like so attentive into making sure that the Mayin is not going to be able to push or split push at all. And I think with that too, the realization on the side of Chibling Esports, it's like their fire got awoken in here. Like, okay, we're gonna rotate where the U1 is. That's where we're gonna do the team fights. And Elaine, please just focus on the back line. Kill the lady soon so that no one is, dealing damage against Froze. That's why I think it's hard to decide. Going back to your question, it's hard to tell like who's gonna get this win, because you saw like game 1 it was AXG, game 2 it was Chibling, and Chibling just like they just awakened their fire.
Which actually makes it more interesting going into the 3rd match. As someone who actually saw both teams play in both games for this series, and up until now you really can't decide. Maybe it's the guy you're just afraid of the casters first, as what we know while we cast. Hopefully not. But yeah, it's quite interesting to see personally for me to see these teams. I've been casting HOK for quite a while right now, and I'm quite familiar with some of the that actually both teams have actually seen them in some of the local tournaments that we had. But I'm interested to see this is maybe on another level, and mostly that I've seen the picks and bans evolving throughout since the global release. Yes, we have patches, but from time and time again, there are some heroes that really pops up and then just got removed from meta, and then another hero pops up again. So I think this might be the case here in our game 3, and you can see there below the draft is now on our way, friends. Yeah, we have the Yuan pick, the first. This is the MVP that we had earlier.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, just maybe it's a realization coming from AXG that, okay, that you won from Cheap Links a while ago was just way too much in the late game. Please, let's just take it away. So I think that's gonna look scary. I think it slipped off somehow into the bans of Cheap Links esports in here, because you don't want to give this one. This is one of the game changer hero as well. But let's see how they're gonna be doing that. But what do you say about the Princess Frost? We do see a lot of Lady Jen, but Princess Frost having prioritized by Cheap Links. What do you think about that?
Well, I've seen recent resurgence of Princess Frost in the previous tournaments that we had, and also some of the tournaments that is still ongoing right now. Still the same thing. Princess Frost is actually a very good hero when it comes to zoning out, mostly in clashes. If you have an opponent team who wants to really dive in on those clash, Princess Frost is actually good in zoning those out and maybe stopping, using this one defensively, but at the same time using it offensively. With that ulti that she has. It's very helpful in terms of the clash. But I think it's what you've said, Ms. Kesaya. This is actually an ice-to-ice battle in the mid lane, with Lady Jen being picked up by AXG Next Gen.
That's true, and I'm so excited how they're going to be utilizing both of that. And now talking about the frontliners in here, we have the Lienko. We saw that a while ago. Actually, not as super effective. I wonder though how they're going to play with the current lineup now here on the side of AXG Next Gen. And the frontliner for the side of Cheap Links, we do have the Menki, who recently just received, well, not super recent, but the latest patch that we had, wherein he's basically tankier, more HP and more physical defense, which will make him more effective to front up against those physical damage dealers. So, well, let's see about that. I think though more on in terms of like the setup, I would so far wanna give a thumbs up on the first 3 heroes that we have here on the side of AXG.
Exactly, and I also want to give a little bit of highlight here with Menki. I've been using the hero for quite a while right now. The damage that he can do, the damage output that he can do is quite negligible in the beginning. When you hit it, you thought that it's just this damage that he can dish out. But what other players doesn't really realize is that the more the clash stays longer, the stronger Menki gets. So that is sometimes the thing right here, is that when Menki bumps into you and he hits you with his normal attack, you would say it's not this strong, it's not quite strong, but then suddenly Menki builds up his passive, and then suddenly he has tons of physical damage. And again, this might confuse some of the teams right here. I believe AXG Next Gen is very updated or informative on this playstyle by Menki, but sometimes in the heated moment of a clash, you're just forgetting that, oh my god, Menki is just dealing damage all over our team.
Yeah, that's true. But I think with the final picks that they have chosen here, Garo being added into the lineup, yes, not as mobile in comparison to a Long, but she's got shields. She can provide some shielding here and there with the Spear of Purity. And we mentioned a while ago that there's already the sustain coming from the Yohuan, the Yenko as well. I think that will add up into even further sustaining the team fights and dealing more damage. But then again, these are just drafts. It's definitely still all about the execution. We don't know what Maying yet can also contribute here on once it flanks maybe onto the side, surprising the Garo. We have yet to find out.
Exactly. This Mayin is actually the X factor, I would say, in this game. If she performed well, or if Chris performed well right here with the Mayin, this might be a game changer right here for Chibi, and they might get the series out of this one. But again, we can see on the mid lane, it's going to be an ice-to-ice battle right here. Princess Frost and Lady Zhen. A little bit of trading that we have in the mid lane, but Princess Frost is actually doing a great job of just zoning out Lady Zhen into the mid lane, preventing them to get those gold from the minions.
That is so true. Look, it's just basically just under tower at the moment. But yeah, this is again one of the most interesting matchups in the league because we said it already. It's ice to ice, but let's take a look at the top lane. We can see an upper advantage though for the Mayin rotating over the map. But let's take a look at the bot as well. Oh, lots of things happening actually in all of the lanes at the moment. So folks here and there, but yeah, going back onto the matchup on the top side, Mayin definitely has an upper advantage into the early, but
Yes.
if we're talking about a lane going on to having the itemization that it needs already, might be the same thing what we saw from previous game.
That's actually right. And as you have said earlier, Ms. Kaysai, that Aline has actually a timing right here when in terms of Mayin. Mayin can actually do damage early in the game, and what we can see right here, but Mayin's kind of low. He will try to run away, almost getting killed by Elaine right there. And I think Mayin needs to be a little bit careful right here, even though I think we underestimated Elaine in some way right there, proving me wrong what I was said. Yeah,
Proving us wrong.
exactly.
Right.
And
But
someone on the bottom lane, here comes the clash, and this might be first blood. And yes, it's gonna be Yampo getting the first blood right there.
that is so true. They're not even done because more kills is going to be up next in here as we get more casualties from the side of AXG. But then again, more kills, 3 overall, right just within 2-minute game time. This is not looking so good. And but yeah, for the meantime, Mikey could maybe said, okay, everyone chill, please wait for me to get that late game. And this Sprite up in here, I think he got it, right? Did he get it?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think Elaine got it.
Yeah.
So that sprite changes when HOK was launched was not there, but it made a big change on the clash lane so that they could level up faster, whoever gets it right here. And I think Elaine would have a little bit of advantage right there, given that he has additional experience and might be closer to getting his level 5, getting his abilities strengthened.
True, but the pressure is being put in here by AXT right now. Winter is here, has been used. He doesn't care. He just wants to zone out. Just shoo away, Lady Jet. I'm the better ice builder in here, or ice crafter, or whatnot. Said Princess Frost, and I'm the princess. You're just a lady.
Yeah. In the hierarchy, you know, Princess is the higher one. So, oh, by the way, on the top lane, it's gonna be Mayin right here, dealing a little bit of damage right here. And I think we were talking with Elaine, with how Elaine is strong earlier, but Mayin, in another sense, is actually strong. This is what her strength is, going in and out of a fight, due to her skills. And we actually saw him just, you know, Mayin just dishing out damage. But speaking of damage, this might be in danger for the side of Chibi, and that's gonna be Lady Frost falling down, or Princess Frost, I'm sorry, falling down, followed possibly by Ming, and this is gonna be possibly with Long on the side, with his ulti being used. Long might fall down as well, but the damage is still on, but they still get a kill right here. Here comes the Alliance, or the Chibi team right here, trying to chase down this remaining members, and they will get the kill. Garo will be falling down as well. A little bit of advantage right there for Chibi Sports on the side of kill, but at the same time, that's going to be a rotation being committed right here.
Definitely well committed, but talk about another team fight that could happen right now. Still will be secured by Chibling Esports. Winter is here, has been used, trying to back away. Yempo is. He will survive. He's got the tankiness, but I think another tussle on going up to the top side in here. As we can see, Chris too, as well as Mikey Kun, just showing us who's better in the clash.
Who's the boss on the top lane?
Yeah, definitely who's the boss, right? But yeah, lots of pressure in there. We usually see clashes could happen when the objective is already up there. But yeah, for the meantime, I think this is tower objective now for the box of Chibi.
Exactly, and AXG needs to defend this one, but it seems that they're not defending properly right here. There goes your infinite vastness being used by Long, and Garo will be killed by Long, and they are now on their own. Chibi Esports, They are just, you know, taking things slowly, killing one by one. They did not get the tower though, but the kill. They get an important kill, and this might be added to their collection of kills. Here is this match, but Mayin will fall down. The damage output for AXG is enough to secure that kill on Mayin.
That's true, but I think this tower is gonna go down anytime soon. He is being zoned out, but the Death of Sunset has been used by DL Lane accessing the back line. Will this be enough? Will the follow-up be enough? And yes, it seems like it will be, but the Q1 will fall down, get killed off by the Long. In here, we're not even done. Sustain is still happening at the moment. A little fall down already. The damage coming out from the Long is just way too much as well, empowered by the Ming. With the carefree time, this was just way too much to handle.
Exactly, and plus the tower, they got the tower right there in the bottom lane, which means that this Ming Long combo can actually rotate to other lanes, being more effective, maybe pushing the mid lane just for additional pressure on the map, or maybe invading their jungle, getting who is right there jungling. So we don't know, it depends on Chibi. They have the advantage right here.
That's true, and you know, I think I couldn't remember exactly when the spike already happened, but so far, I mean, I could remember like, okay, in the early game it was like, okay, pretty stagnant, but now it's looking like a Chibling's game at the moment. They are getting towers after towers.
And what's scary about Chibling's lineup right here is that this lineup is very capable of snowballing all over the map. You know, getting that tower. They have this Slum who can easily burst down tower because his burst down actually takes effect on tower. But here comes the damage coming in. Will there be an ultimate? There goes Yanko jumping into that back lanes of Chibi Esports. But will they regret this decision? And they are now being followed by AXG. Damage all over the map. There goes Oli using his sunset. And this will be a kill for the side of AXG. 2 down, 3 down for Chibi. Make it, yeah, this is gonna be 3, possibly plus a tower. But here goes Mayin trying to deal damage, but he will go down. Oh no, Mayin will fall as well. That's 4 heroes down for the side of Chibi, plus a tower in the middle lane.
Uh-oh, tables have turned around once more. We're just talking about the lead on the side of Chibling a while ago. Now it went into the hands of AXG. Right at the moment when Ossus already went online, you can see the damage coming up from the Yohan. The Melody of Peace, the Unending Sorrow, the stuns here and there, the damage just way too much. Plus, out of the protection, the shielding that's being provided by Satan here whenever he casts his Spear of Purity to actually activate that protection for the team in the fight. But then again, lots of things can happen. We've seen tables turn around from game 2 and the other series, so I don't want to say like, okay, this is going to be Chibling's game or AXG game already, because in this game with the patch, I think that it made the game even more exciting.
Exactly, and that's what you said, you know, as what we are saying, it's not over until it's over. So let's see how AXG will actually handle this lead. But Chibi is actually making a beeline towards the bottom lane. I think they want to pressure this one just to make sure that AXG would respond to them at the bottom lane, but they don't care. They're gonna get this tier 2 tower on the top lane, but they are failing to do so because of lack of minions. Minions will now go in, but they will go and try to kill this Mayin, but Mayin will just jump out and tumble out of trouble.
That's true. They want to respect that. Instead, just go for the overlord. Maybe this will help us, you know, go for a lane push. Once we already have the Vanguard joining us marching off the road, marching off the lane, we'll just see about that. But for the meantime, I think if we're gonna be trying to look for a loophole onto what AXG has been doing here, what do you think it could be? But before you talk about that, we now see the team fight already happening right now. You is already falling down! And members of the side of AXG are actually getting delivered one by one. So much damage coming off of the side of Chiblings. Long is just dominating, and now it's just Mikey Kun remaining in the map in a snap of a finger. They're gone. What happened, Graham?
I'm not quite sure myself. I mean, I was thinking that Lianpo actually got a good initiation right there, but the timing was actually off from the 2 members of AXG. They were actually going back rather than helping Lianpo clean up that mess on the bush, but this might be another kill, and yes, it will. Long will actually get that kill, and they will get the push on this tier 2 middle tower. But now, they're gonna go back. Most of AXG's members are alive, and they want to make sure that they keep this lead and not be reckless.
I'm just not so sure as to why Mikey couldn't still donated his life in there,
wow.
to be honest. I mean, could have just like cleared off the lane in the bot, or like
Yes.
just be defensive and wait for his teammate and then just regroup. But yeah, I mean, like at this point in time, it could have been them being complete. Maybe Mikey couldn't securing the spot in the time, but that didn't happen because he offered his life. But then again, you are in the battlefield, you know, a lot of things can happen. You have mental block or whatnot. We can't blame them if things go wrong or don't go the way that they want it to be. But it's still in terms of gold, like it's still pretty. It's just 1K gold lead, so a lot of things can still happen.
Exactly, but in this types of games, it's a momentum game right here, and Chiblings Esports actually get the momentum. They actually got the Tyrant earlier, so in terms of clash, if they want to fight again, then they have the good advantage right here. But let's see how Shielding Esports will be using this Tyrant buff, but here comes the initiation, but no, AXG, a little bit careful right now. They want to go out, they want to make sure that everything is set up first before they do a clash.
I love the folks in the tower in here. They do know that they want to get the tower, and that's their main focus. But for now, I think, you know, with this state, a potential comeback could still happen. I mean, we've seen whenever Yuan is still all alive and able to actually provide the heals and stun and sustain, but let's take a look at that one that the sunset already has been used. Winter is here, has been used as well, just sowing away the members of AXG right now. But then again, the question is who will be able to position themselves even better. Look at that, the Evo is actually super low on HP, but Elaine will have a good time on defeating the life of that Princess Frost's heals here and there being provided by the U1, and that will save out the life of Mike, saving him from any death timer.
And saving AXG from a possible clear up right there, or a possible loss in this series, is actually a good initiation by AXG. But Menki being targeted right here by AXG, they are going to try to run, and they're going to attempt this Overlord right now. Question is, Chibling, will they try to steal this Overlord? But I think that's not going to be it, and long. Their main damage dealer will fall down, but most of AXG is actually quite low right here. They are still going to fight. Elaine will go to the back lines and will try to kill this Menki, but Menki, being the tanky hero that he is, will try to sustain the damage, and Elaine will fall down. This might not be good, but U1 finally securing that Overlord right here, and they are now on the chase for the remaining members of Chibling Esports. Chibling Esports, Prince Frost, Winners here will actually kill another member of AXG, and AXG is losing heroes left and right. Garo and Lianpo will run for their lives.
Okay, man, that was very prolonged, to be honest. That was unnecessary.
Oh.
And at the same time, to be honest, they were fighting two things. They were doing two things in there. Like, they were going for... Okay, definitely he's gonna die in there and just trying to buy time. But going back to what has happened, they were both taking the Overlord, and Elaine was actually going on to a fight. So what do you really want to do? That's the question. I think it should be clear. Okay, you want to commit on this one? Because obviously the Elaine cannot just like sustain that like two-man members inside of Chibi.
Yes.
But then again, that you know, backfired on the side of AXG, and now the members of Chiblings, they are just like way too infuriated right now. Although one casualty will be in here. Will this be another potential comeback or an attempt for a comeback come from the side of AXG? Ultimate has been used, infinite fastness, but do take note that something's happening in the middle lane as well. Also supposed to try to chase Raven in here onto the top side. Jungler versus jungler. Who is going to be doing better? This is like sustain versus sustain at the same time, but Osas needs to heal himself. Okay, gotta go for the stun. He will reach out. It's actually gonna be the Menki! And Menki will still survive. While we were having fun pointing out the 1v1, AFC is already having fun taking more tower for themselves.
Exactly. But Menki right there, that presence of mind, that calmness on his mind, even though his just has a sliver of hell right there. You know, he thinks that he could kill this U1 right here, but in the meantime, Mahin taking a lot of damage, and she will fall down. But the rest of Chibling Esports is now here, damage all over the map. Elaine is now on the run, and this will prevent Chibling to get that Tyrant. In the meantime, Elaine will fall down as well, with Long bursting down Elaine. This is not good news for the side of AXG. 4 down. The bottom lane is open. It's going to be Lianpo himself who is going to defend. U1 now alive. Is the damage enough right here? They're going to get this one. Aggression coming in for the side of Chibling Esports. Chibling targeting this Lianpo, but they are going to go back and no minions as of now.
No minions as of now, but incoming into the bot lane part of the map, they are still missing a lot of members. Though we do. This is just like 3 members on the side of Chiblings though, but they're trying their best. The Yambo will fall down, and another one, a double kill onto the hands of the Long. And then again, more death timer counting on the side of AXG. Knocking on your doors already. Please, we want your crystal. That is what Chiblings wants to say onto AXG. Oh, look at the Long damage. There's a sunset has been used, but to no afford, he will still just back away. And the super minions are already in here. They're trying to focus fire already onto the base. Space has been created with the winter is here, and there we go. Chiblings Esports will win 2-1 up against AXG Next Gen. Congratulations. Wow.
It's just like the second game that we have right here, Chris. I mean, it's back and forth game, you know. Chibling Esports getting the lead earlier, AXG just answering, Chibling answering again, AXG answering again, and then Chibling finally getting that fight right there. I think the crucial fight is the one on the Overlord part. I believe Elaine just wants to bait out some heroes of Chibling right there, but I think he was too far that his team cannot connect to that clash on the back lane.
Yeah, I mean, although regardless, I think it should have been communicated in the first place, but then again, when you're in the battlefield, you know, you can't blame the players. A lot of things going on. Like there's things going on in the bot, into the mid, in the jungle even. So that is why like the best teams actually have the clearest of mind. Like you have to be very present, you have to be very decisive on what you want to call out, on what you want to shot goal and want to do
Exactly.
with the rest of the team. And the hierarchy of the shot goal must be very clear as well. Who are we gonna follow? I mean, I've been through that as well because I also played professionally in female leagues, and okay, we had this problem about, okay, who are we gonna listen to? We have the shot caller, but sometimes everyone speaks, but we have to have that certain level of command, like who are we gonna follow? After that, okay, who are we gonna follow and whatnot. But MVP, let's see, who is it gonna be?
And it's gonna be Long. I mean, we have seen this one, Miss Kaysaya, how the burst damage of Long is just so strong. I mean, Elaine is getting bursted down, and we all know that Elaine is not a very easy hero to kill, but it doesn't seem that the case right here in the side of Ali either. Interesting. It's very interesting match, and also what I want, I was looking at Long. He's really keeping his distance, because Long is not the type of hero like Lady Sun or Garo who really likes to hit continuously his right clicks or his normal attacks. But the thing is, it's really the burst down when it comes to Long that really matters. So that's what he actually did, and now we will see our stats right here.
That's true. And one more, I mean, this Long is primarily also empowered by Vero on the Ming, so the damage is going to be looking even scarier. But then again, we see some anti-heal items already. I mean, Yin would anti-heal, Princess Frost would anti-heal, Ming would heal rather. But it seems like this is not enough. Like the venomous stuff wasn't enough. The blazing cave, Mikey-kun has that, but the backline access is trying its best. But I think then again, the damage coming from Long is just way too much, and of course the winter is here too. The princess won, by the way, up against the lady.
The princess won.
Yeah,
the princess won. So also, I would just like to commend this one, Chibi or Chris and Raven. They are the one who really goes to the backlines, as we are seeing right now. the team fight presence and other stats for the team. As what I've said, Raven just going in on the back lines. He knows his job basically. That he is the one who can roll onto the back lines. And if you would look at AXG's back line right here, you have Garo, you have Lady Shen. These two are very, very strong, but they are very soft as well. You can easily kill the one if someone can go to that backline, and that's what Mayin and Menki did in this game, and they were successful.
Yeah, that's true. And now, well, Chibling Esports is gonna fight up against another Philippine team, 3 Degrees Esports, who have been, posting a lot of stuff in social media right now. And they are actually like composed. I actually know them. Like they're composed like Tito players, like former pro players from other games, and they have all come together, and they're trying to dominate. It's like they're saying age doesn't matter, age doesn't matter. We can still play. It's not like we're have that hard luck in the mobile phones. But yeah, up next is gonna be Axis from Malaysia and Zombed Esports from the Philippines. But that is for the next series. For the meantime, we're gonna head on to a really short break. I'm Kisara, with me is Graham. We'll be back.
With the ability to connect companies with their customers and stakeholders, regardless of geographic locations, virtual events have become a vital tool for modern businesses to expand their reach and influence. Additionally, virtual events can be more sustainable than a traditional event, as they eliminate the need for attendees to travel, reducing the event's carbon footprint and overall environmental impact. The question is, how can you make your virtual event stand out and capture the attention of your target audience? That's where a 3D virtual set can help. Come, let me show you. A 3D virtual set can help you create stunning environment that will capture your audience attention and leave a lasting impression. After all, the key to successful event is ensuring that your audience engage with your message and achieve the desired objective. 3D virtual set can reduce costs while still creating an immersive and engaging experience for your audience. With virtual 3D set, you have the complete control over your design and the layout of your virtual space. This means you can create custom backdrop, set up a branding element that is uniquely set up just for your audience to enjoy. By adding interactive elements and gamifications, you can make your virtual event even more engaging and memorable. A 3D virtual set also provides multiple angles to capture attendees' attention span. You can easily switch between different angles to highlight the speakers, products, or interactive elements. A 3D virtual set can create a dynamic and engaging experience for your audience. This can help to keep audience engaged and motivated throughout the event, leading to better outcomes and results. In today's competitive business landscape, a 3D virtual set can be the key to standing out and creating a truly memorable and engaging virtual event. So why not consider using a 3D virtual set for your next virtual event? Contact us now and see the benefits yourself.
And we are back in here at the Clash on Air Cup Season 3, your road to be seated in the quarterfinals match of the CGF Special Series. I'm Kaisaya. With me is Graham, back into the action for the last series for tonight. Ooh. Are you excited, Graham?
Well, with the matches that we had earlier, how can it not be, right? It's really a heated match that we have earlier. 2 games back and forth. And it's interesting to see how this will, will this energy continue up until up to the 3rd series that we have tonight. I'm excited to see that.
I'm pretty positive about that. It's going to be super exciting. But for the meantime, let's invite our community. We invite you to join our community.
Yes.
In here, scan this QR code so you can join our Discord where you can, find teammates, find of course the latest announcements, because usually we announce upcoming activities and events for Clash on Air Cup in Discord before we even post it to social media. So if you want to be up to date and be the first one to get information, just head on to there. And of course, look for screams, find teams or players for your teams and whatnot. Just connect with us and maybe you can find us there too.
Exactly, and maybe the team that you will find on our community might be the next team that you will be joining with onto your road to your pro. And maybe, who might know, you might actually find a team who could get you that championship.
Yes, because here in Season 3, if you don't know yet, Graham, the champion will actually be flying to Singapore to participate in the CGF Special Series. And it's expense paid for the travel and accommodation. So who wouldn't want that? And what more, it's like a 2,000 Singaporean dollar prize pool. Wow. It's about like 87,000 pesos. So I think this is an opportunity for our community members, like the teams from our community members, rather.
And imagine, you'll play the game, you'll enjoy, you'll get the vacation at the same time. Like, we'll pass up on that, right? All you just need to do is to play good, be the champion on this one, and you will fly to Singapore as easy as that.
Yes, that's true. I mean, I will next time. That's all me and Vinci were like talking. I mean, next time maybe there's, as we improve on like in the succeeding seasons, like maybe it's the casters flying already, somewhere else.
Quite excited.
Yes, it's just so support us, like in the community. Could be like the top 3, you don't know, top 3 teams. But let's head on to our final series. It's Salt Esports versus Axis Poker. Malaysia versus Philippines. Philippines is on the right side and left for Axis. And again, these are 2 exciting teams to look forward to as well.
Exactly, and that's what you've said. Exalt Esports, I've seen them play. They have the capability, but at the same time, they have also room for improvement right here. But let's go into the draft. The ever picked or banned Arlie. It's either you pick it or you ban it. Arlie is some sort of a hero that you really cannot ignore, and you're banning and picking things.
That's right. It's like a blind pick that you can already have, even on rankings, right? Like, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, if there's like a lot of CC, it's just hard to catch, right? Like,
exactly.
This is a hero that, okay, you thought you're gonna be killing her off, but she teleported back to her parasol, and then she's gone. And now, though, the Dolia is in here once more, being available. Has been banned so many times. Actually, we saw there was a Dolia game a while ago in Series 1, and it was a win. And now, I wonder if this is going to be something Exalt Esports that will show us, especially with the Jun, who has a lot of survivability and can initiate team fights as well. And, can have a game-changing reset for the ultimate for this dude.
Exactly, and what I'm interested to see, yes, Doya and Dun is actually a good combo, but I think there are some heroes who are better suited to be partnered with Doya, so that's what I'm excited about. You have the Elaine, by the way, so this Dun can go to the jungle or whatnot, and then they pick a lane that's that's double sunset that you have right there, and it's quite annoying if you have that on fights. But again, it's gonna be an ice battle in the middle lane again. We have Lady Zhan and Princess Frost.
Yeah, the ice baby battle.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's so funny, right? Because for sure, I mean, Floor here, the roamer of Exalt Esports, do know how to play the Yadia well, and I mean, we've seen her in the Philippine community as well, like even creating a tutorial on the official Facebook page of Honor of Kings Philippines on how to play the Yadia. So For sure, she does know how to like counter this one out. But what I would say is that Axis Boss Core partnered the Yadia with a really good farm laner, which is the Arlie. Because the Yadia is very mobile. You also want a mobile here. We can catch up to your mobility. So at least you can like dance together and like annoy the hell out of your opponent. So I think that's Axis Boss Core plan. And with that said, if they're very mobile in here on the side of Axis, I think, you know, we need more locks. We need more CC locks in here from the side of Zop. And I think that's why they also like go for the Hoi, at least to go for the Sunset Burning Arrow for the stun. But we'll see about that. What do you think, Graham?
Yeah, well, I think that there is a better +1 for Hoi. Maybe another hero, a reliable disable that maybe we have, wherein they could target easily and get the stuns easily, so that arrow would follow up for Hoi. But at the same time, you have Liu Bang right here and Jing being picked by Axis, two of the heroes that could possibly counter Hoi. That mobility inside that mirror by Jing is just too annoying to deal with when it comes to Clash. And at the same time, Liu Bang, you know, you think that you're gonna get the kill on this hero, but then suddenly Liu Bang uses his ultimate and voila, he's not killed, he's actually regenerated.
That's true. And to talk about there's not much luck right now who can lock out the low bound here coming from the Zalt Esports. But I mean, we do know like us being Filipino casters, right? We do know Salt Esports very well right now. Like in terms of execution, they're very clean. But we have yet to see Axis Box Score. We cannot just like cancel them out in here. We cannot even cancel anyone in here because again, this is a community tournament and they've like this is season 3 event and they can showcase some surprising stuff for us. Like what has happened to AXG Next Gen a while ago and Chiblings. Like see how Chiblings have been playing in a lot of community tournaments and now they actually even won up against AXG Next Gen. But I think let's see how they will execute this. Again, I know like there's some pros and cons in the draft, but definitely execution will matter.
Exactly. It's what we are saying in all or most of the mobile games that we play, maybe PC or mobile, that, you know, part of the game is just the draft, but big part of it is execution. Speaking of execution, someone is going low right here, and it's going to be Doya. A little bit of damage being taken right there, but Doya, but no one will get first blood yet. But no, Hoi on the other side, getting that first blood. I think that was a close call right there.
That was very close. I mean, even the Yada, if she could just like dive in there and just like try to be aggressive, but you know that's gonna be too risky. She could just like get the damage from the tower anyway. But yeah, close call. Nice try coming from LXY. Apparently we did not see what actually happened in there, but it could be like, you know, some CCs connecting, the waves coming up from the Doya connecting as well, the stunning out, or preventing at least the Ali to actually do what she wanted to do. But then again, let's see, this is just like a few gold lead anyway so far, and even though that was actually a death onto the Ali, it's actually Axis having more gold right now.
Yes, that's actually right. And right now we are seeing a little bit, you know, calm before the storm here for our teams. You know, just maybe prioritizing their levels first. Maybe if they reach maybe their level 4s or their ultimate. But speaking of, I think I'm wrong with this Doya just suddenly diving in the middle of two heroes of Axis. And a little bit of tease right there for Doya, maybe trying to bait them out to fight because they know that they have the advantage. They have the sustain coming in for Doya, and the damage from the Hoi is also should not be ignored. But speaking of that, the idea is actually diving in as well. This bottom lane, this farm lane is just too heated.
Way too heated now that Dun is even here, already joining the team fight, even clutching in already with the Rolly Blade, the killing off the Orly as well. Not yet as the Orly is not having a good time. LXY is definitely not having a good time in the farm lane, Graham. I wouldn't want to be in that position. But with that, I mean, yes, they do have the gold lead because, of course, the Yadia is also contributing with the gold that she's stealing. But if we're talking about the power spike that we're looking for from an Arlie, it looks like it's not gonna happen anytime soon.
Exactly, and also Arlie is also item dependent. She needs those damage coming in. But here goes the damage being thrown into Princess Frost, but she will just go back, maybe heal up on their base, and go back into the mid lane again.
Right, that's true. But for the meantime, not even done. Look at this Pego. Actually tried to go for that yoga. We have yet to see Sagero to actually make use of his battlefield command later on. So excited to see that. See that in action because not much is gonna stop him except of course from Darfin's Burning Sun arrow. But we'll see about that. Maybe he's just currently being prevented by the kicks here and there coming from Pego. But for the meantime, fight ongoing onto the bottom lane part of the map. Stan CC here and there coming from the Yadia will be able to heal. Oh, Burning Sun arrow connecting onto the Princess Frost. They're not gonna be committing. I think they might have expected that maybe Sagero will actually go for Battlefield Command and they don't want the surprising to happen.
Exactly. That was a nice snipe though by Hoi on that stun. But I think what they want to do is just maybe take it easy by now. They have the numbers advantage on the side of Axis. They saw someone rotating from the mid lane, but Lady Frost or Princess Frost just showering his ulti right here. I'm getting them mixed up already. So
I understand.
yeah, but
I understand.
no one will actually get killed.
Yeah, I mean, what is if it's Lady Frost, so the other one is Princess Jen, right?
Princess Jen,
Princess
yeah.
Jen. Okay, here we go. Way to confuse ourselves. Let's not do that anymore. But let's take a look at the fight happening on the Reaver side at the moment. Everyone's just going so low. So assistant Jane at the moment, not getting any backup that she needed. And what an unfortunate situation for him because the objectives are available and you don't have a jungler.
This is hard. You don't have something to snipe that HP of the jungler, and I think this is going to be a secure Tyrant for the side of Exalt right here, and they will now find someone to use this Tyrant buff to. In fact, they're making a beeline towards the bottom lane, but they will see this Diadia. They will try to kill this one, but Diadia will run away into the comfort of their own tower, but I think that's not enough. They're going to get Diadia down, and they're going to chase this one up, but there goes Jake alive and kicking again, but the kill is not yet there for their side. They're going to run away, and Exalt will run away safely in this exchange.
So true, but members of Exalt are actually still in here into the jungle camp of Axis Esports. We see Sagero already in here, will be able to deal some damage, but that is 3 man members. Oh, not much. There's not even help. Jake did not help our Sagero friends here, and more in here. Actually, Princess Frost will just like decide to just, I'm just gonna go somewhere else. Maybe get myself killed in here. I'm not gonna give you the kill, but in the end, Lady Jet will still secure the kill onto the Princess Frost. And okay, payback time. Payback time, said Lady Jet, because a while ago it was Princess Frost who won.
We are having a crazy match right here. You know, kills left and right. You are seeing kills on some parts of the map that you shouldn't be seeing kills. So that's quite that's kind of the hype that we have right here. But it's like Mayin getting a little bit harassed by the Adia right here, so he would just go back. And I think both teams need to calm down. I mean, it's making it hard for us to cast this games because this is getting so heated. But in the middle lane, I think Jeng will fall down, but not without getting the kill. And Liu Bang will actually get the kill as well. 2 down for the side of Exalt. They might get the 3rd one right here, and they are finally, but the shield, they are trying to survive, but done. Not enough sustain. They're gonna get 3 down for the side of Exalt.
To be honest, that was a very confident and risky move coming from J-Song as a G. He started off the team fight, but before we talk about that again, let's take a look at the top side as they will get the life of that G. This one he wasn't able to survive, but yeah, the one in the middle lane was just way too much. But going back again onto the team fight that they don't want to stop on the top side, Florin here having a hard time to survive. He will fall down, getting slowed down by the Princess Frost. Just way too much damage coming from that princess, and now tables have turned around. 2k gold in favor of Axis, and they have the map control both on the top as well as in the bottom.
You know what, guys? I was looking at the scoreboard right here. We're just, you know, and maybe it will add to this death count. But as what I was saying, I'm just looking at the scoreboard. We're at 15 kills at 7 minutes. That's how crazy this game is. Like, we're getting kills all over the map, all over the lane. up and down in the middle lane. But as what you said, Axis has quite the advantage right here due to the map control that they could get here, since the middle lane tower and the bottom lane tower, first tier tower, is down.
Alex White now is not in a happy position though. I mean, he's catch up. He died twice early game time, and now he's killing it off. But for the meantime, it seems like he is in that position at the moment. He can do anything in them, friend. There's nowhere to escape, to be honest. Like, even if it tried to go under the tower would not be able to protect him. I mean, he's just gonna get dove in, just like what has happened. But for the meantime, in here onto the middle lane, we can see members of Salt Esports trying to just, you know, maybe scare away the members of Axis, but that actually did not work out. They weren't scared at all.
That's right, and Axis Esports right now just zoning out, finding opportunities. Sipping opportunity, they're gonna get the tower right here on the top lane, and Excellent Esports being a little bit scared. They know that they're outnumbered right here. Woyi just joined into the fray, but yeah, a while ago. But the stun right there will hit, and I think Princess Frost will fall down right here unless she pulls up some sort of miracle, and she will actually run away. The ulti that she used is for defensive purpose, just to make sure that Exile will not follow her.
And I didn't think twice for the flash, but for the meantime, look at this one. Another kill in favor of Axis Esports in here. Towers has fallen down as well onto the bottom lane part of the map. And talk about the Overlord Vanguard being available as well. And here we can see now the power spike of LXY2, and of course the damage coming from Sagero's Liobang is just way too much to handle. Surprise attacks here and there. I think now Zalt needs to go back to where their composure was, but for the meantime, fight happening again. Super low on HP. Look at the zone being done by the Princess Frost. Members on the side of Salt has been deleted. Now there's just 2 members remaining, and they're actually down both part of the map. What do they need to do here? Zalt, what's happening?
What's happening indeed? Jing just doing a cleanup drive on the back lanes of Exalt Esports right here, and they are now attempting to get this tier 3 tower on the top lane. They will get it, and possibly maybe get another objective. Tier 2 tower being taken. Regroup. We have 2 objectives on the map that they could get. Tyrant and Overlord is up, so it's up to them who's what objective they're gonna get, and from there on maybe they could snowball for a win here on the side of Axis.
Lightning buff gonna be onto the hands of Axis. That's gonna be looking scary. Damage coming from Princess Frost and the Liobang as well. And of course, there's some magic damage too coming from the Orley. So that's just gonna be looking scary. Who's gonna be attempting to start off the fight? We'll see how this one will go. I love the minion wave flow onto the top side part of the map of Axis as well.
Exactly, and right now, Exalt being a little bit careful. They know that one mistake might cost them the game, and this might be the mistake that will happen. It's done. Falling down, pushing is Axis right here, forcing the issue onto their base. Princess Frost using that ulti to just, zone out those heroes of Exalt away from that tier 3 tower so that they could get this one easily. But I think they are getting caught right here. The Adia might is very low, and she will just run out. And here now, Exalt defending for the game lives, for their lives for this game 1.
Man, this is now 8k gold lead we're talking about. I mean, they utilized the Briadia so well a while ago, even though the Arya actually went down quite a lot. And at the same time, I think the magic damage is way too much to handle for Zalt Esports. I don't know why the Overlord actually is like kind of invisible in here. I was like curious, but for the meantime, fight already ongoing. Look at the damage coming from LXY.
Oh my god!
The Ollie is actually has gone mad already, or not even done though, because it seems like they also want to take back the lives of LXY as well as Shark and of course the Yadia as well. But again, Sagero, J-Song still both alive. I don't feel even for this Jing. And the question is, how can Blazy defend this base now?
He is alone right here. The earliest would be 10 seconds, 9 seconds right here. But is this enough? Oh, there goes the protection for the Crystal, and I think they need to go back. The Dragon is now here. 2 seconds for the other members of Exalt Esports. Can he defend this one? Done. Successfully defend this one. Here goes the rest of Team Exalt. They are going to help to defend their base, and they are holding onto this Crystal for Exalt.
Did the job done, and There you go.
I like the pun though.
Yes, but yeah, that's definitely what you're gonna do. Fortunately, he's got enough damage to actually clear up because that was a Vanguard we're talking about. Like,
Yeah.
Vanguard, Overlord Vanguard we're talking about. So that's not an easy take. Like if you're a roam trying to defend the base up against two members,
gonna be hard.
It's gonna be hard, or maybe not even. I don't know, close to impossible. For the meantime, the fight ongoing again. Jing onto his mirror domain, just wiping here and there, clearing off the path. Sugero's still alive though, but there's actually still 3 members alive on the side of Salt. He's forced to get all alone though, because J-Soft will fall down as well. Now, is this a potential comeback?
Oh my
Makes
God.
me wonder. The death timer is like at 15, 13 seconds.
Yeah. 30 seconds, that's actually correct. And I think they still have enough time. Instead, they're gonna check on possible options right here for Exalt. But the thing is, I'm starting to see a pattern right here, Kaysaya. I mean, we've been seeing these kinds of games since a while ago, and it is quite exciting to cast, actually. But yeah, let's see, can Axis capitalize on this Clash win that they got? That's the answer that is yet, or that's the question that's yet to be answered.
Yeah, we'll find out. But I think I would commend Lazy, to be honest, on how he actually defended the base a while ago. The Crystal a while ago
Yeah.
could have been already a win if he had, because usually in ranked games, right? I mean, that's why they are called pro players. They know what to do. Because in ranked games,
Exactly.
usually the players just focus on the hero, not clearing
Exactly.
off the minion. But yeah, for the meantime, in here we have a secure tyrant in here giving more chain lightning damage, more magic damage on the side of Axis. But we're seeing members of the side from both of the teams going down here and there. But Alex Y still alive, trying to kick off like
no,
this.
it's
Oh,
close.
but hold on, that was so close.
Team triple.
That was so close.
Shut down.
She was so close to death, but then again, Shark,
An enemy.
thanks to his her ultimate, because that
Ultimate,
gave
yeah.
her some shielding as well, thanks to that, and now she is gonna finish off this
The
game.
Soul Survivor!
The Soul Survivor, indeed. That was a catastrophe. Axis has
And
just
they-
gone mad. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I am speechless from that last clash. Until up to the last second, I really didn't know who's gonna win the clash because I was looking at the lanes and I thought that whoever wins this clash will definitely win the game. And at the end, it's gonna be Princess Frost right there. Again, the Princess won, and the Battle of the Eyes is gonna be 2-0 for Princess Frost and Lady Shen right here. But right now, Axis getting the win in our first series.
Right, that's so true. This is going to be a wake-up call for Zalt Esports. Of course, I think this is the first time to join Clash on Air Cup League. So that's very exciting. We have like new teams getting in here and discovering like the power of other teams from other countries as well. You know, we've got the teams coming
right.
from Cambodia, from Indonesia, so pretty exciting. But then again, what a game! I mean,
Yeah.
what a bad start, of course, for Arlie. But
Yeah, he was actually getting pummeled at the bottom lane, left and right there, and suddenly we just saw him at the late game, just cleaning up the members, and here goes the princess, the sole survivor of the last clash, Shark 2, getting that MVP right here with a scoreline of 7-4-15. But I think his really the best contribution that he has is that surviving until that last clash with a sliver of health, just a sliver of health. Even when a creep attacked him, he'll definitely die right there, but he didn't, in fact, and that is how they actually finished the game.
that is so true. Makes also like I think she positioned her Winter's here very well. That's the reason why she wasn't accessed easily by the Mayin or the Dun. So I think that's the reason why she's just there all alive. So because if we're talking about who can access her to the in the back line, it's definitely either the Dun or the Mayin. But
Yeah, that's right.
the thing here, it could have been because like the team fight was like so hard to catch on to. So like could have been okay, they were like way too focused on the Leadia, the Jing in the mirror domain, as
Yeah.
well as maybe the Arlie too, trying to catch up the Arlie, but Arlie was like so hard. Arlie was actually second to the last to die, right? So
Yep, that's right.
given the information, we do know that they both Princess Frost and Arlie has been dealing so much damage. And that's the reason
A
why
lot of
they are like on the 25% and 36% too.
Exactly, and Arlie, as what we said earlier, she actually did some sort of like a cleanup drive behind together with Jing at the back lane, just diving in even before her parasol actually expires. She actually finished two heroes right there real quick, and that was really strong of LX White right here, considering that he had a bad start, getting pummeled and getting harassed on the bottom lane, and that was a great win overall for Axis for their first game. But who knows, we might get a revenge win on the other side of the coin for our game 2.
Yes, you know, 3 games for Series 1, 3 games for Series 2. I'm having a feeling that there's a possibility of 3 games for Series 3 as well. I mean, we want to utilize you so well. They want to utilize us so well in here, Graham, our presence to
Yeah.
cast the games too. But then again, my point is that like the teams in here, like my belief is that if a best of 3 series game goes into a game 3, it tells something about the skill level of both of the teams.
Yep.
Basically, it matches up. Like, okay, they are matching up in terms of the skill level they have, and that's make it exciting because you really like you asked me a while ago. Who do you think will win, AOC or Chile? It was hard to tell because like, okay, it was like a 1-1 already, and the mistakes has happened, like minor mistakes, but then again, you see what they can do and what they can learn from previous game. I think it's gonna be the same as in here for Axis and Zalt. Where in Zalt, I mean, they had a good showing in the early
That's
in
right.
game 1, early game, and I think they probably have learned something from
Exactly.
there.
That's actually correct. And as what you've said, they're on the same playing field. They're on the same level, basically. As what the saying goes, only diamonds can sharpen diamonds. So, with that being said, even though they're on the same level, once another team or one team actually ups the ante, the other team will also follow. And
Yeah.
it's actually good, basically, for the community of Honor of Kings, because you would see these talents just owning up their skills by themselves. That's the purpose of scrim. Basically, is to improve your game, improve your skills, get better at the game, get better opportunities, maybe get trophies in the future. So yeah, and speaking of that, we're gonna go ahead and straight into the draft of game 2. So Axis is now leading one game against Exalt, but Exalt, they have that edge. We saw earlier on the first game that they have this strength that if they maybe push through a little bit, they might break this game 2 and take their win for themselves.
With Axis potentially being on the red side already. No, they're still on the blue side, right? Like we're seeing it
Yeah.
like how as we see it. So this time maybe they're bored out making use of the Arlie. They want to use something
Yeah.
else. Maybe open up just something else. Maybe Huan go for the potential U1 Dolia combo. That's one of the best
Exactly.
actually that you can also like take out. But yeah, I think they're trying to open it out. Like they're not running out any of those 2 heroes we just mentioned.
And what's left on the fray as well is we have Ogren, we have Long, the usual heroes that you usually see on the first phase ban. So it's quite interesting how Exalt and Axis will play this one out. The usual bans and picks, or the usual bans to be specific, that we see on tournaments is not banned right here.
Yeah.
So, you have also the Lady Sun Ming combo is also a very good combo as well. That is also available in the Prey. But yeah, there you go, U1 being secured by Axis.
Yes, that's true. And the question is here, will Zalt Esports actually allow the Dolia to be with them, or they're gonna take it for themselves? They could potentially go for the Ming Lady Sun combo,
Yeah.
which is already doing right now, but this might open up a potential U1 Dolia combo, which is gonna be looking scary as
Yeah.
well. And that
Exactly. There you
so
go.
happened. I love the mind games that these 2 teams are doing. This is why this is why I think Clash and Air is like on a like the next level. Like if there's the pro level, like the official pro level tournament already, like this is the one next. Like because this is where you see those teams like that of Salt and Axis, and of course like the previous champions as well, where we saw from the previous series. Like ready to take it to the next level. So I'm so excited to see them on, on the real thing as well. And I'm pretty sure they have been participating, but who knows? Like one of the teams that we have in Clash and Air Cup is already participating. But yeah, love the mind games. I love how they drafted it out, and now we're seeing the combos that that we usually would want to avoid.
Yeah, that's right. And even the picks, we have Ogran being picked by Exalt Esports right here. Although he was nerfed, this Ogran is still a menace. Basically, the tankiness, the speed that he can go into the clash, the sustain that he can do by himself is just too much to handle. Even though he was nerfed, I think for you to remove Ogran in the patch or in the meta, you need to really nerf him down to the ground. But until that happens, we would see this Ogren pick from time to time in tournaments unless he is banned.
Yeah, that's true. Though this Auburn is very early game, usually you would want to capitalize on your power spike. Like, even there's the jungle sprite protection as of yet. Just, take advantage of that. Maybe steal away some jungle camps from U1 to avoid their her potential as well into the late game. Because so far, the first three heroes that Axis boss have picked are all late game heroes. So
That's right.
they have to make sure that they're not giving away free farm, especially for Lady Soon and Ming, and of course the rest of the heroes in here. But Ukio, Tachibana in here, not usually will be seen. Like usually you would want to go for like that for lane, Dharma, Mayin, But okay, Ukio, Tachibana, what do you say about that being here in our draft?
Well, Ukyo is actually a sustainable clashing as well. He looks soft, per se, when you actually play him. But if you know how to play him, his sustain is just too much. He could lifesteal. Lifesteal very, very large amounts of health. And surprisingly, you're going to sustain. But surprisingly, a hero that we really do not see that much in the tournaments, Gun and Mo.
Yes, Gan and Mo, who also actually both on the lineup of Salt Esports, two of the heroes got a recent patch update with mechanics
That's
upgrade.
right.
So for Ukio, he's got improved healing. You were talking about that he can sustain because of the healing and of course the passive progression too. And at the same time, Gun and Mo, he can definitely poke even more into the middle lane. So I
Yeah.
think Lady Jen needs to be very careful in terms of like the range advantage that he has
Yep.
as well. But at the same time, of course, Lady Jen can play to his, according to his keeper, and okay, maybe she can
That's correct.
wait in the bush, try to find out like potential targets. But we'll see about that. Both of the teams
That's right.
have a really nice composition. We'll just see how they're gonna execute this as well.
Exactly, it's gonna be a positioning game for the middle lane. As well, if you position wrongly in the middle lane, just the damage that Gun and Mo can dish out is just too much, and that's what we are seeing right now. Lady Shan being harassed right here. It's not gonna be the ice combo, but meanwhile on the jungle, early first blood, Yuan is gonna fall down real quick right there. Axis starting this game right.
And this is what we're talking about. You've got an Ogran, you take advantage of the early power that he has. Just cancel out the U1 from getting power spike, but the Lady Jen is to back away a little bit. You don't want to take the chances. I mean, Ogran is right here. Ogran can just like flank him away, but for the meantime, there's a chase in here already onto jungle camp of Salt Esports. Golia will secure the kill, but for the meantime, more action happening as the backup comes in here. Stuns coming from the U1 as well. There will be the kill onto the Ogran. A 2-for-2 trade overall, just 1 minute game time.
We are seeing a 5-on-5 matchup on the middle lane at 1 minute. That only shows you how intense this game is and how important the game is for both teams. And we actually saw earlier, U1 is actually very strong, but not on the early game. If we're gonna match up U1 versus Ogren for jungle, I think Ogren will definitely get that advantage right there. But once U1 gets his item, it might be an equal, if not, U1 getting the lead right there. But Ukyo finally getting a kill on the top lane again. He's gonna go down, or he's gonna kill a lane on the top lane.
Ukyo, very early game hero too, so definitely
Yeah.
take advantage of that. So I love how Salt Esports know their composition's power spike, and they're just basically taking advantage of that. I mean, if Salt Esports do not let Axis Esports in here to actually get the item and power that they need, they could potentially lose this fight. But of course, they have to win this game up until the mid game maybe to, you know, just get the win that in. And I think they're on the works. They're actually in progress onto going onto that goal.
Exactly, and actually, Ogron actually stole the blue buff right there for U1. They are actually competing. For some reason, we just can't see the objectives right there, but they are definitely attacking someone. You know, they're actually battling someone. But this rotation, you would see Ukyo and Ogron in the mid lane and then transferring onto the top lane. You would know that this too immediately would partner up to find someone to kill on the map. They know that they are very strong early game, as what you said, Keisaya, and they actually are taking advantage of that. That's why you have the they want to kill as early as possible and prevent U1 from getting her items as fast as they can.
Definitely. But for the meantime, though, the rotation, look at the rotation. See, they're just like 4-1 or 5 as a team. Maybe you're like 4-1 or 5-0 is what they're doing right now here for the side of South Esports, which I think is also like reasonable, right? You want to get the buff like coming from floor onto the main and take advantage of that. But for the meantime, I think we're waiting for the fight in here. 2v1 situation. Ukyo will just be able to back away. Pego just know what exactly to do. Not gonna be feeling so cocky in there. But for the meantime, the backup has come. We can see in here Sagero actually so low at the moment, getting okay, he's gonna be safe. Better get that healing dew behind the tower, and I think the rest will just follow. Actually, just like scaring away the members of Axis.
That's actually correct, but on the jungle right here, there has been some engagement. Alain using his ulti right there, but will there be a casualty for the side of Exo? He is dealing out damage. Doyo refreshing that ult for Alain, but Lady Sun will get a sustain that he needs to get Alain going down, but at the same time, Exalt will use Argon, but this is not yet done. They are chasing the Doyo and the snipe. Coming in from Godin Mo will finally get that kill, and on the other side as well, Long getting that kill on the other side. So it is a trade 2-for-2 kill right here for both teams on that engagement.
At this 4-minute game time, it's still like you don't know who's really on the lead, to be honest. Like a lot of exchange of skills. Oh, but look at that! God, no, just one more, no, it did not connect. That was very frustrating. That was very frustrating.
Exactly.
I mean,
you almost seen that one. She is our Lady Jen is actually on the tip.
Yeah!
That skill almost getting killed, but Mo failing to get a kill.
That's right. I mean, that's the update that we had for Mo, right?
Yeah.
You can spam your skills even more, and but if you don't connect it, though, that's fine for you. But hold on, because we can see in here, Long super low in HP right now. We will go into a pause, and but yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I think this is the rest that we actually, deserved. Because basically, these two teams are heated up. Again, it's 9 kills in 5 minutes. That's how, they keep getting kills side by side. I was thinking a while ago when Ukyo and Orgyan was actually trying to get kills, is that they're going to get one kill, go out. But no, Access is actually answering to the aggressiveness that Exalt is actually doing as we resume our game right here. And it's interesting to see how Access will continue to react to what Exalt is doing here in our second game.
That's true. I mean, I think both of them are trying to beat each other. But look at this one. I can. Mo, you're such a some people they actually say, okay, Mo is like kind of like a no-brainer hero. Right? Just like spam or his skills or their skills rather, because there's two of them. So yeah, but that's I think that's the problem. Like this is where you really get like the potential that you have with Axis, like heals coming from the U1, but yeah, makes me think like they really don't have like a tank frontline engager.
That's actually correct. I think they focus more on the damage part right here. Maybe U1 might build some sort of a tank item later on the side of Exalt. Ogran can also build tank items later on, but in terms of effectiveness early game, is what I've said earlier, Ogran takes the cake on that one. And also, as strong as Gon Mo is in the early stages of the game. Once he has his item, I think he would skill better on the late game later on. The burst potential that spikes that Gon Mo do is just too much. But speaking of too much, Lady Z or Lady Sun will actually try to run in the tower, but he will get killed. No, almost getting killed though. But the lady is still on the chase. On the chase, they are trying to get this one.
Sagero.
Oh no, that's too greedy right there for the side of Sagero, and he will fall down. I think maybe he could have just gone back, but yeah, let's just let it be. Chase him, or we might get the kill or whatnot. But that didn't happen. Then Sagero fell down on that engagement.
Yeah, that was very that's way too much. Like he's way too overextended. But actually before that, this Ganon mode got a kill up against the one into the middle lane before the kill onto the lane has happened. And he repeated it again. Tunski, we have yet to mention his name. Tunski is doing so well in this Ganon mode. He's been getting a lot of kills. It's just showing that the buff is quite effective to just annoy a composition that doesn't really have a real front tank line.
That's actually right. And you know what? Even in pubs, I actually see this hero Gun most specifically as a hit or miss. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think it could be the latter for this time. I mean, Tensky, I believe he has been playing this hero for quite some time right now because he has the confidence to pick it in this tournament. But yeah, we're looking that this Gun Mo is actually paying out for the side of Exxon.
But we'll see. Again, the composition of Axis is very late game. If it so happens that we go on a 15 mark game time or a 20-minute mark, it could change differently. But for the meantime, Zalt Esports maybe is very persistent and actually trying to really end this game as soon as possible as they have taken down more towers. But respecting the space, maybe just chill, get some jungle camps, wait until the tyrant comes up. Maybe we get the chain lightning buff first before anything else. And if they do get the chain lightning buff, I mean, that will even further empower Ganon.
Exactly, but Ukyo almost getting killed right here under the tower. And again, that life steal we were talking about at the draft is working wonders for Ukyo. He's very low, but using his skill on that red buff actually refreshed his HP. And right now, Exalt is actually doing a good job of just zoning out, Axis. They know that late game is the time for Axis to roll over them, and they are preventing that one by, getting their jungle, getting the minions of their jungle, just to make sure that they will do some economical damage. But speaking of damage, U1 right here, will the damage be enough to cover this one? Yes, U1 will fall down. It's going to be Lady Sun getting that kill for the team.
And even if he tried the heals for himself, didn't work. I mean, the damage is way too much. Even further, Chain Lightning isn't even here as of yet. So, I mean, the damage coming from Ganon can be even way too much when the buff is already there. But for the meantime, they want to take more towers in here to create more space. But I love the fact that Axis is trying their best to just defend and not give any more towers.
That's actually correct. And oh no, the Ganon Mo is actually quite in a weird position. Let's see if he could actually, run out. And yes, they will. They will actually try to up out. They're making a beeline towards the Tyrant or the Overlord. I'm sorry. So I think they're opting out more for the push rather than the Tyrant getting that buff.
That's true. And here is the invisible Overlord right now that we can invisibly see. But yeah, like, we did not see that right off the bat, how the Lady Sun was actually rolling into that in an attempt to kill. Of course, Sagero in there, but that definitely worked out for themselves. But yeah. They have to end this as soon as possible. They don't want, again, the U1 to go online. It's even long.
That's correct. And again, it's the economical damage that they're doing for the side of Exalt right here, getting possible farm, possible gold that Axis can get. In fact, they're actually zoning out. If you would look at the minimap right here, there's little room for space right here, little room for movement for the side of Axis. This Exalt team is choking out Axis on their own base, and let's see how they will do this properly. But in the meantime, this Doya getting almost killed on the middle lane, and the damage is just too much right now to handle for Axis.
Definitely just way too much, and it seems like Zalt is not even anymore interested in getting the chain lightning buff, but for the meantime, Death at Sunset has been used. You're all alone, Mr. Alain! Oh no, and there goes the casualty, first casualty from the potential last fight. However, Lady Sun will fall down on the hands of the long ball and killed, however, by the Ming. But for the meantime, you can see the middle lane tower already has fallen down thanks to the effort coming from Tunske in there, as well as together with the Overlord Vanguard. And now it's time. It seems like they want to go for the Tyrant in here, maybe get the buffer themselves while they are actually busy defending all their goals.
That's actually right. It is the perfect time to get this objective, which shout out to those people playing the pub games. Please do get your objectives, please. You know, just a little bit of, you know, a reminder that I would like to remind our guys. These objectives are actually very important in winning and might be, you know, the difference from winning and losing the game. So yeah, for those folks right there watching us, please be reminded that these objectives impact the game heavily.
It seems like you had a previous game or a recent game that, you know, you had to call out your teammate for that.
Well, I wouldn't talk about that.
Well, you cannot hide it. It's quite obvious. But yeah, going back to the game, here is now the map domination on the side of Salt Esports. Again, they do have the chain lightning buff. Look at this one. I mean, all of the buffs are distributed to them.
That's right.
No buffs for Axis. Look at this.
Almost, yeah. And there goes your engagement, Elaine. That by Sunset will be used defensively, but that's not going to be enough. Elaine will fall down. Aubryon will get the kill, and this is now the license for Exalt to go into the base of Axis and possibly finish the game. They will be getting this bottom tower, and the creep or the minion waves actually pushing out, but that's not going to be enough. Rampage for Gun and Mo, and the damage is still ongoing for the side of Exalt. They have killed 3 members of Axis right there, but the minion is nowhere to be found, so they cannot put this crystal down yet.
Not yet, just gonna be marching up soon. I think we'll just, you know, even so, the members of Axis will go back alive. I don't think they can make it. They can just like focus fire on the base. And look at the damage coming from the Ganmo. Just way too much to handle. And that is why Zalt deserved to get this win on this game 2 up against Axis Esports. And then we call it, like, this day is like a 3-game day, right?
3-game day, exactly. You know, we had 3 games. I've heard that you had 2 games in the first series, 3 games in the second series, and in the same fashion, 3 games on our last series, which is actually good. It's what we were talking about earlier before the draft starts, that this is actually their way of improving themselves and, you know, furnishing their techniques, their skills into the game, their abilities into the game. So that is good. But as of now, let us celebrate Exalt Esports win on our 2nd game. But the series is not yet done, Kaysaya. We still have a 3rd game for our decider tonight.
Definitely, it's like going back to best of 1 and just thinking, okay, what can we do? How can we apply the how we learned from games 1 and 2? At least they got to learn like the picks and the favorite picks and bans of their opponent. And again, like whoever will win this match is gonna go up against someone like it's loading on my end. It's gonna be they're gonna be going up against Toda Esports from Malaysia for tomorrow. But for the meantime, it's gonna be Fleur, our queen, 4010, our roamer. What do you say about this performance?
Well, he has been actually a good roamer, you know, sustaining Lady Sun specifically in the early games, but he actually switches his support, and I think this is one of the, well, not one, but he is the unsung hero of Exalt in this game, you know, sustaining. I've seen there is one clash wherein one of his members is almost dying, but then uses ultimate link to his ally, and they actually is alive after that one. So that crucial heal that he is giving onto the lane is just too much, and into their allies is just too much. So yeah, he is very very fit for that MVP.
I mean, look at how he actually like built successive damage items up against Axis Esports in here floor, and that's the one we're gonna be getting that source of anti-heal will only be coming from Blazing because he's the one who actually goes in onto the fight for most of the part. And I think overall it's also more in like, again, I love the early game that Zalt Esports did in this for this game too. They know their power spike. They know that they
That's
cannot
right.
prolong the fight anymore. But yeah, let's take a look at the overall team fight and damage done.
Wow.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Look at this one. Darfin as well with 30%, and well, Dolia tried her best, though she's there overall 100%. But how
That's
about you?
correct.
What do you say about the graph?
I was quite
The
impressed.
bars
Yeah,
and
I am impressed for this Dolia. I mean, it's rare to see, which means if you would see team fighting 100% right there, which means that in every team fight Dolia is there. So that is just how effective Dolia can be. But it just didn't turn out into a win at this point. Maybe in game three. And it's interesting to see how game three will pan out. Also, I would like to commend how the map movement is for the side of Exalt. I think that's one thing that most of our viewers is not noticing, is that if you have really a smooth map movement on the game, you control the map very well, just like how they did. I actually highlighted that one when I said that Axis is being choked out on their map and just denying the farm by scattering all over the map, making sure that each corner of the map is not safe for Axis to farm out. And again, that comes down and boils down to map movement.
Well, Yuan did not have a good time there. You
Yeah,
saw like,
exactly.
okay, where's my farm? Where's my jungle? He also
Yeah.
was like also trying to, okay, if you're trying to steal this, I'll just try the other side of the jungle camp. Maybe go to your jungle camp. But whenever they try to do that, team fight happens, and then there goes the members of Team Zalt as well trying to go for the fight. And we even saw like in the last game, like in the UI, right? Like all of the buffs, they are on the side of Zalt Esports.
Exactly.
Like nothing left for Team Axis. So that was like so frustrating as a team. Like we didn't even get one, right? Like everything was on the side of Zalt. Like during this time, like you have to be greedy, right? Like greedy
That's right.
in terms of like the resources, because that's your early advantage. Like you're in the early game advantage. You might as well take advantage.
And just that, we are now on our way for our draft for Game 3. Again, Axis and Excellent Esports, the decider game. And the last game for tonight, all games are very heated. I mean, I've joined you casting, or I've watched casting you casting the second game. A heated game, the second series. Third game, the second series, also a heated one. Going on to the first two games of this series is just really back and forth. Axis getting the first blood of the series, Exalt answering afterwards. And right now, again, we have no idea who's going to win the third game.
No, not at all. We don't want to jinx, first of all.
Yeah, I get it.
And at
That's
the
just
same
curse.
time, yeah. No, not me, not me. And so that's why, okay, Graham, I did not like that question. No, just kidding. But yeah, let's see about this one, because again, they're in terms of skill level, we talk about they pretty much they are really on a good matchup. So, but let's just see how they're gonna do in terms of like execution and the draft as well. But for the meantime, I love seeing the jump phase. Usually we would see roamers like, okay, mage roamers, right? Like
That's
support roamers, support
Yep.
roamers, but not most of the time like that of like Lienpo or Jungfei. But I would say Jungfei is still pretty effective. Like I had this rank gamer in, okay, like 2-3 streak of making use of Jungfei alone, like like just be tanky and just protect, and that's effective. So I think he can definitely still be effective despite it, especially onto the late game.
That's actually right. And as what we were talking with some of the local casters that we have here in the Philippines, I actually highlighted that I think Zhang Fei has the longest disable. If you were pushed back, that's quite a long time. I mean, the usual stun that we have here in HOK is like, what, 5 seconds, 2 seconds might be the max, but that doesn't feel right if you get pushed back by Zhang Fei's ultimate. So, as what I've said, that's one of the things that is quite overlooked when it comes to Zhang Fei. But here we are. We have Zhang Fei on the fray. Also, we have Long Yu1 and Butterfly for the side of Exalt Esports.
Butterfly, Butterfly. Knowing that Butterfly is there, we do know that this is going to go into the jungle. By the way, we don't usually see a Butterfly getting picked in like this kind of competitive play. But
That's right.
maybe they're going to give us a surprise. Yuan most likely will go on to the mid then, if
That's
not if not Rome, right? So we'll most likely see her in the mid to just like capitalize on the damage that she can do, most especially onto the late game. We saw a handshake a while ago. I think that was like in game 1 of series 2, and it was also like worthwhile to see like the sustain is there, and at the same time the engage, the dive that he can do.
That's correct.
At the same time, but I think for Butterfly to become more effective, he needs to find a fight where Zhang Fei isn't exactly there, especially if this is already a tanky Zhang Fei we're talking about. So at least, just capitalize on the resets of the ultimate and just kill off one target after another.
Yeah, that's actually correct. And actually, I just want to highlight as well, Hanshin that has been picked by Axis is actually an up and rising pick. I mean, I've been seeing this pick for quite a while right now. In fact, I was watching another tournament earlier, and I've seen this Hanshin being complete or always being picked by one of the teams. And as what I can see right here, Hanshin's reach on the backline is just too much. He can dash in very quick on the backline, getting your marksman, getting your supports, and if your mid lane is quite soft as well, Hanshin just hands down will wipe your mid lane out of the map real quick. But Dharma being picked by Exalt Esports, another engage hero. With the right engagement, Dharma can deal significant damage to the team.
That's true, especially if you're left with like your rolling raid not available already and you're caught off guard with this Dharma's truth mantra. So you have to be very careful. But yeah, Diao Chan getting picked in here too. Diao Chan, I've been seeing her too a lot in ranked games. So she can dance now very well once
That's right.
the ultimate is there. And that will allow her to actually, of course, do more damage. Byron is there too, to just like also match up against the Dharma. I think both of these teams have put us a great line. I just want to see, I guess, like how they're gonna be like making use of the Butterfly in here in terms of like going for ganks, because seems like ganking the lanes of Axis is not as easy as it seems.
That's it. At the same time, you have a Dongwon pick, a pick that we usually don't see on tournaments. And I think just so people know that Dongwon has one of the strongest. Actually, there are only 2 heroes who has suppress. One of the strongest disables, which cannot be dispelled, by the way. And it's going to be Liang and Dongwon. That's only the 2 heroes that we have currently. And Dongwon is one of that. He's also tanky. Used property is very disruptive, but they will get the Sprite in the middle lane. I think it's going to be Actus who will get the Sprite in the middle lane.
True, but for the meantime, we see like there's just a battle like who can who can be more salty, right? Like okay,
That's right.
But yeah, for the meantime, they just just read each other's mind to just be safe. But for the meantime, into the middle lane, we see a tree, a little bit low on HP. So the Diao Chan are ready, but no casualties. I think.
That's correct. And I think there's a lot of burst damage. I'm looking at Axis lineup right here. There's a lot of burst damage. You have that one. But on the other hand, it's going to be a kill. On Dongwon, he's going to get Lady Sun. But on the other hand as well, it's going to be Long falling down. So good trade right there coming in for both teams. And yeah, these 2 marksmen or these 2 gold lane or lanes right here, it's just too much. The farm lane is just too heated for the past 2 games, and this might be the next victim falling down. It's gonna be 2 heroes, and Exalt Pego is just cleaning up the top lane.
That Sigero just offered this. I think he's trying to calculate the shields and the HP bar,
right.
but apparently that the calculation was wrong. He still ended up dying. Or maybe he could just like, okay, just be safe. Don't give more any more kills. This is way too risky. We just lost a member and we don't need it. But yeah, for the meantime, the trade in the bot with the farm laner still fine. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade. But whatever happens in the other lanes, just like what has happened into the middle lane, will definitely contribute as to what you can do as a whole team as the game progresses.
Exactly. Pego making use of that extra EXP, getting the kill on that early top. He actually got the level 4 early, so he decided to roam in the middle lane and successfully got the middle laner right there. But on the farm lane, looking at it, you know what? I'm starting to think that these two have grudges in each other because every time they see each other, they just go at it, you know, hit each other and kill each other. But this might be the kill on the mid lane as well. But no, nothing will, no casualty will be given on both sides.
Not as of yet. I have yet to see how Blazy on the butterfly too, how she or how this particular hero can actually go for that reset after reset. But for the meantime, I think we just wait for the power spike. So far in the lead in terms of kills is up, but if you take a look at the gold, it pretty much should go. So a lot of things can still happen. With jump fade though, anyway, just in the front line for LXY definitely can be a source of good protection in order for him to feed. He's got a good amount of range anyway as along, so at least somehow it could match up. At the same time, as a way to save himself of making use of infinite vastness. For the meantime, at the top, still getting bullied is our friend Sagero up there, just getting visited as always and usual.
Exactly, and yeah, a little bit of a calm right here that we are experiencing from the storm that we had from the previous fights. But the Exalt Esports is trying to opt out for that Tyrant right here. Once they got the buff, but the steal is actually there. Hanshin just dashing in and getting the steal on that Tyrant kill. And right now, Hanshin still on the chase. Will Exalt fight this one out against Axis? They have the buff, Axis have the buff, so I think Exalt needs to be careful.
He looks like he just casually stole it, you know, like all pretty chill, like, oh, I dive in and they just like steal and then go back and that's it. He didn't even die, you know, usually you would expect, I mean, I think it was a calculated move anyway, but it looks so easy for him. It looks so easy. Now that he has stolen that, they've got the Chain Lightning buff, which will of course empower the damage coming up from the Diao Chan. They only have one source of magic damage in here, nothing else. But yeah, I mean, Diao Chan, if present on team fight, I think while they have this buff, I think it will be very useful. For the meantime, that's not what's happening. He's trying to take down the life of Pego, which just happened right now. Very well, but the chase coming up from Blazy is right up there. It's gonna get slowed, and there goes the
Blue team has slain.
just kind of too bad, but then again, another casualty though, another trade onto the camp of Salt.
Exactly, but on the other hand, Hanshin also getting that Yuan kill off cam. So 2 kills on the side, or 2 deaths on the side. And Sunbin getting the tower on the bottom lane. This means space for rotation, but this is not good for Dongwon right here. Dongwon might fall. He is tanking. He is healing up with the orbs, but that's not going to be enough. Dongwon finally falling down, and Butterfly getting Baron as well. So that's a 1-for-1 trade as of now, and they are still continuing to fight. Triple kill for Butterfly. This might be 4 kills, but no. This Hanshin is doing his magic here, and that's going to be the disengage for both teams. But Butterfly doing a very good job of getting that triple kill in the mid lane.
That's what we're looking for. The resets after resets. You don't want to give him, you know, that reset to his kill. But I don't know. Is he really? Now we're actually seeing the Overlord. Lovely. Wait, yeah.
Right. Finally
we're seeing him. And yeah, Diao actually has started this one. Oh, there again, another secure. He was very chill about it, man. And now go back. Like, he's just like a real, a nice thief in here, like stealing casually. But yeah, there goes the team fight. It has been continuing, so you can see Blazy trying to go for the chase, but then again, the flowery potential is here by the Diao-chan, but the Diao-chan will not sustain because that's actually 3 members on the side of XLT.
Hanshin, you teeth in the night, just getting those
Jason, man.
crucial things. Yeah. So that's, oh wow, that's just you know, he just passed by like nothing happens, and just
Yeah.
you know, dashes away like nothing happens. Like, you know, how is he doing that?
I mean, that's the kind of finger we want to have, like when we're playing mobile games, right? Like we don't want our fingers to lock in while playing. Like
That's right.
maybe you know he's just basically flawless, like casual, and then that's it. You know that's the kind of jungler we love, right?
That's correct. That's actually correct. Hopefully my fingers still can do that, but you know, age shows while I play. So yeah, but here goes on the mid lane. You know, this Exalt is getting surrounded on both sides on the brushes right here, but they will just go back onto the tier 1 tower in the middle lane. They know that their access is quite missing in the map, and they can feel that someone is just around them. So they're just gonna be safe, playing safe here and farming in a while.
Farm, catch up here and there. I mean, it's pretty equal. There's no massive lead right now in terms of gold.
That's right.
So a lot of things can still happen. It's pretty equal, man. I mean, Graham, I'm having a hard time in here. Now I'm trying to think like, now we'll just event before the thought because Bridal Outburst has been used already. Oh, look at the flag coming from the Byron, coming from the Hatchet as well. But the reason
my
he's
God.
happening, Lazy will try to make a double kill onto his kid.
Oh,
But now
Hatchet.
Infinite Fastness has been used by the Long as well. Will try to make it. He's trying to back away, but the damage is way too much for Jason.
Oh, the
to
dash.
handle. But the dash coming from this handshake, he doesn't mind. It's fight or die for him. Flower potential has been used, just creating the space for handshake to actually go for the tyrant buff. But no, is he actually continuing? No, he stopped. He just want to help out his teammate and shoot away the members of Exalt team.
And that's what we were talking about, Isaiah, on the draft. The dash, that insane dash that Hanshin has. Imagine just behind that blue buff on the red side jungle up until the river in just a couple of seconds. It's just too fast.
Yeah, and like I don't know. Whenever I'm seeing him play his hand, just like it appears like he's just chill and casual.
Exactly.
I don't know. I sometimes like I want to see like the player counts and see if they're actually like really chill, because like looking at the game, it looks like they're pretty chill. Just like this. My goodness, stealing away the buff. If he actually does survive, and look at the dash once more. My goodness.
Wow.
I mean,
Again,
he didn't get it for
that-
himself, but it's still on their side.
That's right, but from that blue buff onto the other side of the river on their side, again, in just 3 jumps, like, I don't know, I think you need to nerf this Hanshin, but on the top lane, there's going to be an engagement, and Butterfly will get the kill, and 2 kills right now for the side of Exalt Esports. A little bit of revenge. Yes, you can jump, but you can't escape our damage as Exalt Esports has.
That's right. I mean, there's a lot of members coming from Salty Sports, and there was like 2 of them. Quite unfortunate. It was Sim and the Diaucha. And now, let's see if it looks like they're gonna finish it off anyway. But I think they have to wait for the teammates. They don't wanna
That's correct.
try to go for a risky play because there's just like way too much like damage in the type of game and flank that Jason and Shark can do whenever team fights happen. But so far, everything, at least the Overlord Vanguard is here on the side of Salt, but again, they do have a buff in here. You take note, Chain Lightning buff that will be, you know, that will give additional magic damage for Axis Esports.
That's actually correct. And right now, just Exalt trying to be a little safe. They know that Axis is already complete, and they just respect what Axis can do. I think what they want to do is get Axis off guard, just like this. Shanfei will actually go down, and this might be a push on the middle lane.
Destroyed a tower.
Push in the middle lane. Looks like they want to go maybe towards the bot, but I mean, Vanguard is already done, so now, okay. Maybe just to wait for a potential fight. Jason again, trying to dash away, trying to jump away, and he did it again once more. Thanks to the backup, I think there's a little bit of just like some support and healing from his teammates. But then again, it cannot happen against Agero, almost to death as well, with the damage coming up from the members of Zop. But yeah, now we're seeing somehow the map control going in favor of Zop.
That's right, and this is the map control that we were discussing in the second game as well. You know, how they greatly control the map and then just choking out Axis on one spot of the map right here. That's what's happening right now. This would actually help if they could get the tier 1 tower down on the middle lane, and I think that's their aim for now. Exalt is actually making a good use of that brush on the right side, but I think Axis knows, their pros as well. They know that someone is actually on the brush, but at the same time, they want to defend this tower. But this might be the end for Lady Sun, and yes, he will fall down. Damage is there, but the disable coming in for Jean Fei will hold 4 heroes of Exalt, but that's not going to be enough. Exalt getting the tower and 1 kill. They're good with that one, and they're just going to go back.
You also gotta love the position of Pego. There was like waiting on the
That's right.
side bush from the bottom jungle camp. But another trigger, I do believe that Zalt actually before this tournament they just finished another community tournament from a different event. So like you can imagine
That's
how
right.
exhausted they must be like for this tournament and still trying to win this game. So massive
or-
respect on that one.
That's correct. Or maybe sometimes, you bring that momentum, of playing the game. Yes, that's a question that we usually have when it comes with we, go to tournaments. But speaking of, let's answer that question later on as there hasn't been an engagement right here. The hold coming in for Dongwang. Will Diao Chan will run away? Yes, they will. But there goes the ultimate for Zhang Fei. The damage is enough to kill this butterfly down, and that's going to be a shutdown coming in for the side of Axis.
2 lanes in favor of Zalt and 1 for Axis. Now it's a matter of like who's gonna win onto like divided team fight that happen onto the mid as well as the top. Byron will fall down, 1 less member for the side of Axis Esports. Member of Zalt though trying to back away, maybe gonna be helping out onto the defense on the side of Axis in here. But do take note that a high ground tower has fallen down already onto the bottom part of the map. Why are you teleporting in front of the faces of Zalt in there? Just try to back away. What is it taking? But flower potential has been used already. Diao Chan has been punished for teleporting in front of their faces and just trying to look at this one. Medicine actually trying to make magic happen and retaliated for what they have done from their friend Shark, who just wanted to teleport in front of their faces. I think I've repeated that so many times. But yeah, that was so funny. I mean, wow, what a game. What a decision making these teams have to do.
That's correct. And, Exalt might be in danger right here. Good thing for Exalt, the Axis didn't really opted out for a push because they can. The minions were actually pushing up to the top lane or bottom lane a while ago, but instead they'll just play it safe. Axis will play it safe, getting the buffs needed right here. They are now targeting this Overlord just for that additional push power onto the late game. And this is quite a late game Overlord already. So this is the dragons that will be summoned by this Overlord kill is quite hard to kill, given that the bottom lane is already pushed. But there goes the rush coming in for the side of Exalt, and this will be fall down crucial death for Butterfly. But the damage is going all over for Exalt right here. Will they survive this engagement? They are very low. Falling down will be the members of Exalt. Making 5 down for the side of Exalt. A team wipe right here for Axis. But the question is, can they push?
Well, I do believe so. They do have the minion waves here into the middle. I think this is going to be it. And no one is going to go back alive anytime soon. The Vanguards up top is just way too far. I think this is it. Axis is going to get a win up against Zalt Esports. They are taking it to the next level. They want to go on to the next round, which is our semifinals match tomorrow, and match it up against Todak Esports. My oh my, what a game that we had. What a very exciting series that we had.
Exactly, a good series. This really great series of series right there. I was actually looking at how, in the same fashion that how our second series did, it's actually the same almost on our third series. Back and forth. Like a couple of minutes ago, the other team, Exalt, is actually on the lead. Getting the kills, getting the right engagement, but suddenly just one clash. It's actually a good thing they actually got the objectives first for the side of Axis. That's why they have this advantage when it comes to the final clash that happened right there. So I think the Tyrant buff actually did make a difference on that clash.
Yeah, I mean, especially if we're talking about the damage from Liao Chan, who can dance more fluidly
That's
into
right.
her flower potential. So, and at the same time, even though Butterfly was able to secure that Overlord take from the last objective fight, I mean, he was like inside the pit, right? And
Exactly.
you are giving your life to your opponent. So like, there's no way for her to like escape from
That's
that
right.
fight. And you know, Lady Sun was there, basically free heating as well, and
Mhm.
she was alive all the way out. Like, oh my goodness, that was like a crucial moment. But the MVP of the game is our
Wow.
good. We should label him something about like the way he actually casually steals
Like the
objects.
dashing guy or something like that. I don't know, but Jae Song is
Mhm.
gonna be our MVP for this game. You would see why Hanshin, specifically this hero, is being picked right now on
Right.
some of the tournaments that we have, and Jae Song just using it at its maximum potential just shows how strong this hero can be. And I think we will actually see him on the next games that we have. But right now on your screens, you can see the stats that we have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's more kills onto the lazy in here on the butterfly, but that was just like so on like around in early into the mid, and I think it was just like at fault, like the last
Hmm.
clash or like the last intention to actually steal. She doesn't have, in comparison to Hanshin, the butterfly doesn't have a way to you know, go back to safety, right?
Yeah, moving in and out. Yeah.
Right, like hop in and out, but Jason does have that. Does like the more successful attempts to actually secure objectives. But then again, I think overall they did very well. Like there's the vision item for the Jiangfei to actually just check out if there's gonna be ganks, because Peko has been naughty, trying to gank from the bushes as well as Blazy. You don't want a butterfly to jump onto your like a lady suit as well. So I think good choice of itemization in there.
That's actually correct. Actually, this fight or this matchup that we have right now, up until the last game, is really neck and neck. Up until the last minute, I would say, not the last game. But you would see right now additional stats for our game, and Blazy just having 77% team fight right there. In fact, he's getting most of the kill early in this game. But if you would see, as what you have discussed on the draft, Zhang Fei really made the difference. Team fight numbers 77%. Imagine if you have this kind of front line,
Yeah.
just in most of your team fights, that would really make a big difference.
I mean, it's not just like the like it's not just like him soaking in damage, right? Like he's
That's right.
providing a lot of CC. Like the I think I can't remember which patch that was, but maybe it was like the like past patch. I'm not sure
Hmm.
which date or month, but he's got an upgrade right in his like
That's correct.
CCs when he is in his Ferali form. So that added up into like maybe that gave Zalt a hard time into like dealing with this whenever he is in rage or ferality form. So really good job. But then again, I think Zalt did really give us a good showing, especially like whenever with Pego would attempt to go for a flank on the side. But
Hmm.
overall, I think you know both the draft and the execution paid so well for the
That's
side
correct.
effects. I think they have this mastery in all of this hero they have picked for themselves.
That's actually correct. And I would just give a little bit of highlight for Pego. You know, as a Dharma, I've been playing Dharma as well.
Mhm.
It's really important for you to position yourself, you know, just for available gangs. And Pego has been doing great in positioning himself. You know, he actually catches several heroes in the middle brush right there, specifically on the right side of the map. And, you know, just getting that position, you know how high level this player is, because he knows where exactly the other team would pass by and just get them off guard, get the easy kill. But unfortunately, Exalt didn't capitalize on that, and not to degrade Exalt right here. It's just that they're still a good team, but as what I've said, it's a neck and neck fight up until the last minute. So it really boils down to execution, is what you've said on the draft. And yeah, at this point, it's gonna be Axis executing better over Exalt.
That's true. And I must say, I love our game one. I think all the teams that we've seen, like from season 1 and 2, and additional, like the new teams that were the new faces that we're seeing right now, they are just contributing onto how exciting this league is even going to be. But for the meantime, we have the updated tournament bracket. We have 4 remaining teams for tomorrow, and we're going to be casting all of these matches. Or I think we'll just be selecting 2. But we have 2 Philippine teams. That's 3 Degrees
3 Degrees
Esports,
yeah.
and no, just 1. No, actually 2. Sorry,
2,
3
yeah.
Degrees and Chiblinks, and then 2 Malaysian teams, Axis and so that. Now it's like, is it just gonna be like Philippine team or Malaysian team? Because to give you a background of Graham,
Yeah.
season 1 and season 2, we both have Malaysian team as champion.
Oh, interesting enough. So the question now remains if Malaysia can, defend that title and not give it out to the Philippines for the championship, and that remains to be answered. And we're gonna, wait for a couple of hours, because this is the match schedule for tomorrow at 8 p.m. We have 3 Degrees and Chiblinks, Axis and Taudak on 9 p.m. And then we have the lower bracket match. I believe, correct me, Kaisaya, but this would be the match for the teams who would lose for the first 2 series.
The battle for third will be off stream. So, but yeah, we're just going to be heading on to streaming the finals for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I see. So yeah, and if you guys want to be updated right here, just follow our the Facebook page of Clash on Air, and it's click that notification so that you would be notified once we go up and live.
Yes, that's so true, and that's it for all of our series, all of our matches. I do hope you guys enjoyed. If you happen to miss any of the matches, just go ahead on our YouTube. We're actually live on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok as well. So just go back there and review the VOD. And of course, we invite you to join our community. Make sure you scan the QR code, because lots of things happening in there in our Discord community, wherein we announce what's gonna happen next. And most of the announcements happen there first on Discord before the social media. And of course, if you want to connect with other players too, maybe find a scrim mate or live for a team who's actually recruiting on Discord, or basically just connect with us or other members of the community. Join in there, and you won't be alone.
Exactly, and who would know? Maybe you might even find your soulmate right there. Who knows, right?
The Discord love story, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, that's it for today. We'll see you guys again tomorrow, same time. I'm Kisaya. With me is Graham, and of course, we had our partner Vince G as well. We'll see you guys again tomorrow, same time. Bye.